is ready, and when you greet the judges, the first bell will ring at the 12th minute. Can we ring the bell, please? Example. Timer, can we ring the bell once? Can you just show me the bell? I just want to hear the bell. Okay, and then at the 15 minutes mark, there will be 2 bells. All right, then that's when you have to come to a stop. Oh, okay, that's like a hard stop, like please stop now. Thank you for the bell. Okay, for every 1 minute allocated beyond, we will we'll consider 1% to be deducted from your total score, which the judges will be deliberating. Unless the judges request, then we will try. But judges will try to keep everything fair and square. Within that 20 minutes time frame, we complete everything. Okay, now in event of technical issues and in event of translation, that we need to do word by word translation, the timer will be stopped. All right, everyone clear? Everyone good? Now, to begin, I would like to invite our first presenter of the day, Phúc, with his project Sao Rung Mo from the Ho Chi Minh Architectural University.
Sawadee xin chào and hello AYDA 2025, 2026. My name is Phúc and I'm from Vietnam. Welcome to my project, Sao Rung Mo. Before introducing my project, I would like to tell you a story about the Central Highland, Vietnam. How it went from this to this. Sorry.
Phúc, don't worry, there's an LED problem. Relax for now. Yeah.
Yes.
The LED is as nervous as we are. It's your problem. You are giving it too much energy of nervousness. Okay, keep it. We can smell fear, remember? Yeah. Keep your fear. Hi, Lin. All right, is it back? Too excited. Don't worry. Is it okay? Can you try again? Yeah. Okay, drink some water. Wonderful. I think he's the only one who brings water bottle. Do you guys bring water? Too bad then. There's water outside, don't worry, all right? Try one more time. Okay, can you try again? Okay, can you go back? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again a round of applause to Phúc with his project Sao Rung Mo. All right, why not? Phúc, have a seat first. Yes, let's have 5 minutes. It's destiny. You guys have too much nervousness. Okay, we're gonna rest for a bit. In the meantime, yes, Judge, feel free to go through his work. We'll give 5 minutes to technical. I have to take 5 minutes away from your break. Correct. Sorry, guys. Phúc will be presenting in Vietnamese, so you guys can put on your translation device and change it to channel 1. Can everyone try it? Oh, in English. Oh, sorry. He wants to try in English. So no, Q&A we will wear. So during Q&A we'll wear the presentation. Correct. Thank you. I love how this is like a movie where we're already very stressed out, and then the LED decide to like give you a shock to give us more pressure. No, I'm just joking. Look, we're all gonna be okay. Reminds me of how GPS never likes me. It was always recalculating, and I could never go on to the right path. Can you try moving the slides? Can we stop the timer and reset as well? Yeah, I'm stressed out by the timer now, so. It was perfect yesterday when we tried. Should have done it. You should have walked in during their testing, right? Yeah. Next time we should, like I'll put you into a room with a mirror that's one-sided. You can just quietly watch them, then you judge them, so they don't know they're being judged, right? Yeah, we already did that. Yeah, you guys were watching from the CCTV. Yeah. We actually know who the champion is already. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, that would be quite fun. You fly all the way here, you don't get to meet the judge, and then you go back. I can hear heavy breathing from the event team. Maybe it's the file. You want to change the file instead? It's okay. Today's feng shui is not good. Sorry, is YouTube on live at the moment? Oh, 5-minute break. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, mango sticky rice. Banana's here. I'm sorry. It's not meant to be said out loud. This is my first time in 9 years in AYDA. I serve my judges banana, which is a good thing. It gives you enough potassium, energy, some fiber, some sweetness. project this on the screen for me? I have a potential solution. We'll see whether it works. I have to act out the slides. I'll be dead end of the day. Yeah. We are trying to project our virtual screen onto the screen. On the live screen, so it's gonna sync with my YouTube instead. So we're gonna see if it works. May have a slight delay, but we'll see whether it works. All right. I'm pleased to announce, unfortunately, tea time's off the table. Tea break's gone. Yeah. We at most have a 5-second stretch and then we're gonna continue. Oh, yay! Can you click a few more times? Please don't. Please don't. Is it work? Does it work? Okay, tea break is back. Okay. Ready? Can we? Wait. We'll make sure it's okay. It doesn't help that he's the first one and then you give him this thing. Oh, you poor child. Please stay well until the end of the presentation. We pray. I think God wants our tea break back, that's why. Oh no, I said too soon. Looks good now. Okay. Now everyone take a deep breath. Welcome back to AYDA Awards 2025-2026 Converge Crafting Cultural Legacies Architectural International Finale. Okay, ready? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Phuc with his project Sao Rong Mo from Ho Chi Minh Architectural University. Where's my clicker? Thank you.
Sorry, so I will resend again. สวัสดีครับ xin chào and hello AYDA 2025, 2026. My name is Phúc and I'm from Vietnam. Welcome to my project, Sau Rừng Mơ. Before introducing my project, I would like to tell you a story about the Central Highland, Vietnam. How it went from this to this. This picture was taken before 1945. At that time, more than 90% of the population were illiterate. There are still many outdated customs in the various places. They were exploited by harmful forces to cultivate and use opium. On September 2nd, 1945, Vietnam was born. Ho Chi Minh said that education is the driving force to change the situation at that time. So, small village schools were established. He and the government quickly built many small village schools across the country to teach people Vietnamese read. And then, 2025, when people accept education and better awareness, they actively contribute to social development and economic activity. Their life radically improved, and everything around them evolved as well. But when people become literate and living standards improve, the one essential small village school has been abandoned. Why were small village schools abandoned? As small people can read and write Vietnamese, the demand for the better and the long-term education is free. Therefore, the closer combined level school were developed with better facilities for more students. So, small village schools were abandoned. It's not because they failed, because they had completed their mission. Instead of demolishing or abandoning them, how about giving them a new purpose and new journey? Sau Rừng Mơ is a proposal transforming abandoned small village school into community center of the ethnic minority group in the Central Highland, Vietnam. What is Sau Rừng Mơ? I was told to change this name into English. However, I decided to keep Vietnamese name because it carries layer meaning and it has taken me since the beginning. To help everybody understand my project, I would like to present a pilot site, Đắc My Village School. Wait. Do you think I'm going to talk about Đắc My Village School right now? No. Before that, I have the project Outreach Station. This project Outreach Station has 3 points. 1. Reviving abandoned classroom. 2. Space transformation. 3. Learn from the architecture of the local people. And now, let's go to Đắc My Village School. The school is located on the bluff of Ngọc Linh Mountain at an elevation 930 meters above the sea level. It's one of 50 abandoned schools in the Đắc Xeo district. The school was cleaned by for more than 960 residents, 200 children from the 3 neighbor villages and the local ethnic group in the Dễ Chuyên people. Moving on the transformation plan, this project has 3 phases. Phase 1, survey and recommendation. Phase 2, partial transformation. And Phase 3, full conversion in the future. Phase 1, survey recommendation. The school site consists of the several buildings, so I'm labeled A, B, C, and D for clarity. The transformation land depends on the extent of damage and destruction to the structure. It's not to be a complete evaluate, but rather a gradual one to preserve the memory of the local people. How to transform about the architecture of abandoned classroom block must be evaluated to determine what can be returned, removed, and repurposed. Transform the form of the symbol and similar small village school into the form inspired by the traditional Rong House of the Dễ Chuyên people. The project allowed them to blend with harmoniously with traditional round house the surrounding area. Reuse, renew, add new function. In the past, these schools were used for vocation. Today, they are space for cultural activity, talent development, and skill sharing among local residents. This project creates social impact for environment, local authority, and local community. Phase 2, partial transformation. After the Phase 1 survey, I identified within B and C a priority to intervention, so they will be revived and renovated first. Transformation the classroom role, reduce room, sharing corridor, and trading skin. Reset the roof from dismantling, retaining, adding a new structure, including additional column to support the new roof and connect with the old structure, optimizing the space. Optimizing the way, incorporating the skyline, the roof window, ensure the ventilation and daylight inside the building. So I will resend up section in block B. In the old classroom, I go into retain, dismantle, and repurpose. The transforming the roofs based on the traditional brown house researching people, the design adopt building proportion and high room traditional brown house using local material, wood, bamboo, thatch, and modern material to support such as steel, glass, polycarbonate. Transforming the function, the classroom into the handicraft space. Optimizing the space within the roof structure of library, carving the timber church with the pattern inspired by the roundhouse. Incorporating the skyline and the roof window to ensure the ventilation and daylight inside the building. Before and after. A dialogue with the past and traces of time, the color is inspired by the barefoot habit of the Zheqing people. When people lean against the wall, they intentionally leave traces of dust on them. The color I chose, Scotch 20C 1P, because similar to the soil color of this region. Before and after. The color applied to the timber church pattern and the roof window are inspired by the traditional costume and interior design of the roundhouse. The blocks are connected by the cover walkway, make up the bamboo and polycarbonate roofing using flexible and available material. Phase 3, full conversion in the future. After transforming building B and C in Phase 2, I will renew building A and renovate building D, adding the riding yard, hall garden, the school yard is redesigned as a multi-functional space. The riding yard should deal to support activity như bamboo raft, weaving, and hopple guiding. A hopple garden for the cultivating and propagating medicines plant education the community on sustainable harvesting and replanting in the forest. Children can play football, badminton, practice traditional cổng chiêng đàn, and hot skill competition between villages. Rooms are arranged in pairs, allowing them to expand and separate, often paved without the wall. Encourage community interaction. Throughout the project, the old and new courses, creating familiarity. The old classrooms are retained and repurposed, with the new roof inspired by the traditional roundhouse of the Zheqing people. To rotate old and new structure, a triangular tension system is added to reduce impact from the water flow, debris, and small rock during heavy rain. And finally, Vietnam is home to the 54 ethnic groups, more than 54 the culture and many traditional architecture. So, this is not a fixed design. It continues to transform in form. Depending on the site location and the local ethnic community, the area of traditional architecture, the group adapt into the different form. For example, Chư Gia Chin Small Village School of the Mờ Nông people and Cư Bui Small School of the Ba Na people. We are entering an era of the global integration. Instead of creating identical buildings, we should reserve and celebrate differences in the architecture, culture, and community. And that is my project. Sau Rừng Mơ is a proposal transforming abandoned small village school into community center of the ethnic minority group in the Central Highland, Vietnam. Thank you for listening.
Well done, Phúc. Judges, this is where I would like to open the floor to questions and comments. Would you like to show them closer your work? Or you guys want to come and see if you like to? Or you can start Q&A. So Q&A, we'll be doing it in English translation, Vietnamese. Please turn to channel 1. So judges, question, if you have any, comments, any. Anyone would like to start? Safir? Set it on, please. Let me set him up for now.
Sure.
Yeah, just hold it. Come. The middle. Okay, Safir.
Hello. Yeah, this was a really compelling. Okay, are you able to hear?
I don't know. He's going to speak first, then you translate.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No sound.
Okay.
Okay.
Rồi, em nghe rồi.
Okay. Safir, please.
All right, can you hear now? Okay, great. So this is a really compelling project. I really enjoyed your clear definition of the problem statement and how you connected that to a design solution. I really enjoyed seeing how you interrogated the existing typology and found a way to adapt it into this new solution. I have a question for you about memory. And with adaptive reuse projects, I think one of the main challenges that you see is that the new structure can sometimes overpower the existing. And I see that you've been very respectful to the existing structure and the existing uses and how they've been layered here. But I'm curious to know, and there's one specific solution that you have that I'd like to ask you about, and it's the painting on the trusses that you have. So you have these local patterns that are on each of the trusses. I'm curious to know how would those be applied, and how would you integrate that into the architecture?
Ok. Dạ, em xin trả lời câu hỏi của bạn giám khảo. Em đã trình bày là trong cái điểm trường cũ thì em sẽ giữ lại, xem xét vấn đề nào cần giữ lại, cần tháo dỡ và cần chuyển đổi từ đó em thêm
after that I can add
thêm một cái kết cấu mới.
I could add one more new structure, and that new structure
thêm một cái kết cấu mới.
that is to outdoor pillars, and that pillars can bear the old roof, and then the new structure will be bared by another new pillar.
All right, great, thank you.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn.
Right, fellow judges, any other comments?
Vâng, các bạn có câu hỏi nào nữa không ạ?
Hi, thanks for your wonderful presentation. I like the way that you actually preserve the existing structure and how you actually implement it and to further improve on your design. But just one important or curious question. When we talk about small village school and design, why are you still proposing glass on the roof and it's so difficult to access? Why there is no other way of introducing ventilation or lighting into the building? What is the main reason you want to use glass when you are building houses in a rural area?
Dạ, em xin trả lời câu hỏi
I
của
would
ban
like to
giám
ask
khảo
a
là
question.
tại sao sử dụng cái vật liệu mà cái
Why I still use the glass for the sky? We know that that is a transformation, but when we talk about the transformation, it's a bit of a new life. But when we have a new transformation, is about the borderline of death or continual life. So when we talk about transformation, it should be based on their heritage, on the height and on the materials. For example, the torch and the height from the roof of the local community. I still keep the same ratio. After that, I add more modern materials so they can coexisting.
I hope that answers.
Bạn ơi, còn câu hỏi chúng ta có một thời gian cho một câu hỏi nữa. Xin mời các bạn.
The mic's there, Edgar.
Okay. Hi. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. This was very interesting. I was wondering, I have a question. It's not about architectural per se, but I think it's quite relevant to understand, the role of architects in today's world. And it's connected to the financials. Have you considered, how this is going to be financed?
Dạ em xin trình bày câu hỏi.
Yes, it is. First, regarding my project, when I talk about transforming the abandoned school, and then we would like to reuse their existing materials. So by this way, we can save the money. We can reuse, and then we can investigate, and we can reassess, and then from that, we can find out the real and useful methods. And I would like to emphasize that we will not change everything, but we will reassess the existing, and by this, their project can have and can reduce the finance. And then I can see their ability that we can make it coming true.
All right,
thank you
so much.
Thank you very much
for your presentation. Again, a round of applause for our
you so
first
much.
warrior of the day. Yeah, can you please also remove it? Next, I would like to invite Jerome, his project Hardships Practice, the story of paper and its maker from the National University of Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Sorry, just no problem.
Are we ready?
Testing.
Can you press the green button?
Not yet. Oh, okay.
Okay, go back first. All right.
Okay. Hello everybody, my name is Jerome and this is my project Hardship Paradise, and I will be sharing with you the story of Joss paper and its maker in Gukeng, Yunlin. Gukeng is located in Yunlin County, part of Taiwan. It is a beautiful, peaceful town in Taiwan, surrounded by agricultural land. But just like many rural places in Taiwan, it suffers the problem of decaying community. And what this means is the outflow of population due to urban to rural to urban out-migration. Gukeng is surrounded by agricultural land. It provides little working opportunities for the youth, hence leading to massive urban out-migration. This typically leads to greater social problems such as declining population, larger generational gap, and discontinuity in cultural inheritance. Over the past 40 years, Yulin's population has decreased by 200,000. It is expected that another 150,000 will leave Yunlin in the next 30 years. So, quite literally, the local community is slowly disappearing. So does its cultural heritage. Before introducing my design framework, I will share with you my 3 site observations which are critical in guiding my design later. First, age segregations. You rarely see young people. Walking on the streets. But what is interesting is how strong the elderly community is, and the place they choose for regular gathering. They do not have a community centers, and the places they choose are usually open areas such as playground and fitness corner. A simple mapping exercise shows that the gathering spots are scattered all around Gukeng, and actually they are quite far away from each other. My next observation is about tradition versus modern. Gukeng is culturally and historically rich. While the government has put in effort in conserving historical buildings, modern mansions built by the younger generations are on the rise. These modern mansions are holiday houses for the younger generations when they come back for home visit once a year. And this got me to questions about the value of traditional architecture. Do they deserve to be abandoned, such as in this case, right beside a more modern apartment? And last observation is about the lost heritage and identity of Gukeng. When we engage the local residents and ask them about what is the most memorable event in Gukeng, all of them mention the same place. The Jiaxing Temple, located at the center of Gukeng, is the heart of Gukeng. It has 100 years of history, and during Chinese New Year, family comes here to worship their religion. And most importantly, this is the rare moment of time where the young generations will come back and revisit and reunite with the family. As part of the cultural celebration, burning joss paper becomes a key community event. The huge device on the right is for them to burn joss paper. And this got me to think, if this is the final destination of joss paper, how about before that? How are they being produced? You may have already guessed it. Joss papers are produced in modern context through modern technology and machinery. However, this wasn't the case decades ago. The manager of the temple shared that they used to be handmade through tedious process, but this wasn't practiced anymore because of how time-consuming and labor-intensive. So not just burning joss paper is worthy for celebration, the process of making it is equally worthy for celebration. If you don't do anything about it, even the last memory about making joss paper will disappear. Hence, my design framework leveraged on joss paper making. Marrying with characteristic of community center, I answered to the three pressing issues of the past: to revive the cultural inheritance of paper making, to celebrate the traditional architecture, the characteristic of architectures, and also to encourage the younger generations to come back or even resettle in their hometown, and ultimately achieving greater social good, such as heritage education, community revival, and sustainable response to the environment. And with that, allow me to introduce my design, the Gukeng Heritage Community Center. My site is located right beside the Jiaxing Temple shown in red. This is to create a narrative. When you complete the paper, you will burn it right away in the temple. It is also located along the main street connecting to the next township shown in green. This ensures easy access and exposure to the public road. The site is also at the center of all existing gathering spots, making the relocation much easier. The spaces and programs are designed with the papermaking process. From the recollection of the elderly, there are 7 stages of this papermaking process, from splitting to soaking bamboo, all the way to smashing, separating, scooping, compressing, drying, and cutting them into smaller pieces so that you will make the final product. I have attempted to recreate the process myself and have a first-hand understanding of how difficult the process. It takes me about 1 week to produce so little joss paper. But is this difficulties all that bad? The question I ask here is, can we build a more inclusive community through hardship in the process of collective making? Hardship here refers to the intense physical labor required for patience and the repetitive task. But on the other hand, I also feel a strong sense of satisfaction when I'm holding on to my final hard-earned joss paper. This also provides me with motivation for my future production. So in the case of my community centers, I have to reimagine this traditional papermaking process. In order to overcome the hardship, I disappeared. I have to reimagine this traditional papermaking techniques. So to overcome the the spaces are designed to encourage collaborations between the old and the young. Okay, for examples, the younger generations are more active and be able to contribute more through physical labor-intensive activities, while the older generation can focus on easier tasks and sharing of paper-making knowledge. So, hardship paradise becomes a key concept for my designs to encourage, to foster stronger community through collective making. And to make sense of this architecturally, a system of hardship and reward is then developed. Similar to gamifying the production process, a system of reward will be provided after each stage of hard work. For example, cutting bamboos and soaking bamboo on the left-hand side is difficult, but right after that stage, you will be rewarded with a beautiful view of Gukeng with a nice peaceful resting area. So this cycle keeps the participant involved and engaged. And also, this ideology is throughout my design. I will share one later. The form and materiality of the design took reference from traditional Taiwanese architecture, using timber as an indigenous and temple-like structure. The party diagram on the right shows how the form is being derived. Temples in the top left, the main road is shown as dotted line. The space is separated into 3 separate zones. Entrance gallery is on the right, resting areas is at the center, and the more intense working area is placed closer to the temple. Heights are varied for functional purpose and also spatial hierarchy. Traditional Chinese tile roof is then added so that it looks like an extension of the temple. And a roof is also broken down so that natural ventilation and light can enter from the air gap. The stepping back behind allow for maximum sunlight exposure. So this is used for drying paper, and sustainable features such as rooftop openings allow the rainwater to be collected at the center. This water can be used for bamboo treatment and also plant irrigation. Visual connections between interior space, between working and recreational space is established, and my atrium, my central atrium is also a viewing platform to see the papermaking process happen all around it. And with this, it comes to my circulations. This is actually determined by the 7 stages of papermaking process. The visitor entrance is from the main road on the left, and the bamboo truck is entering from the right-hand side. The front area is an educational gallery displaying just paper craft. The papermaking process starts from the right-hand side, and cutting and splitting of bamboos will be using the pond in blue. Once this stage is over, youth will climb up the level and transfer bamboo through a pulley system. This is intentional to design to make it a fun and exciting experience for the youth. Through the zip lines on top, the youth will be able to see people resting and socializing at the area below. Moving on to stage 3 onwards, blending bamboos into fiber using blenders, bamboo fibers will drop into a new pond for separating residuals and move on to scooping of paper using a sealed screen. The elderly will be able to help with this stage because it's on the ground level and it is easier for them. Moving on to the 2nd to 3rd level, the slanted facade is designed to dry the paper as well as to display the heritage craft facing the public. Social spaces and individual social pods are integrated on level 2 and 3, so people can rest and chit-chat while waiting for the paper to dry. The facade is also used as sun shading devices, so physical models are made to verify this concept. Each part can be rotated individually and height can be controlled through the pulley system as shown here. Moving on, youth on top will pull and control the height of the paper to the desired level, and once the paper is done, it will be transferred to the ground level. This is also an important view-seeing deck to provide this beautiful view of Gukeng as a form of reward. And lastly, the final papermaking process will take place on the ground level, and once the paper is cut up, it will be sent to the temple through this sheltered walkway. The visual porosity of the facade allows passerby along the public road to see the paper-making process clearly. The process of making becomes a form of public performance, and it is also an invitation for people to enter the building. Porosity also ensures natural ventilation and light to enter. The facade responds both interiorly and exteriorly. On the inside, it is an important as a paper-making production stage, while on the outside it is a showcase of Gukeng's heritage to the public. The circulation is guided by the system of hardship and reward. Every few stages of hardship shown in red colors will be rewarded by a stage of motivation, such as a fun zip-line activities, a beautiful view of Gukeng, and a nice resting area. Spaces are also designed to encourage collaboration between the old and young. For example, the young one will have activities mostly on a higher level where they need to climb and contribute more physically. While the elderly will be able to focus more on works on the ground level as they do not have to move so much. In between, there are also spaces to encourage intergenerational mingling between different ages. And lastly, my design also considered elderly access and wheelchair access by integrating lift and ramp throughout my design. And this forms my final drawing, a collage of perspective to tell the story of Joss paper and its maker. The central atrium is the vista of my design, and people of different age group will rest in front of the pond and the bamboo garden. The process of paper-making process happens all around it. Intergenerational intersection lies at the heart of the design. While the younger generations contribute strength by climbing up the ladder and flying through these fun zip-line activities, the elderly artisans will contribute expertise and memory on the ground level. On the left-hand side, elderly helps to filter the paper using a silk screen on the ground level, and the younger generations will pull on top. Framing pleasant view is important to motivate participants. These are a few perspectives of the interior spatial quality. A visual connection is established between different platforms. And to complete the process, dried papers will be transferred down, and after this stage, it will be sent to the temple for final offerings to God. And altogether, each repetitive task of papermaking requires multiple hands and working collectively, creating opportunities for conversation, storytelling, and mutual learning. By turning word of mouth into living memory through architectures, this ensures that the people, the memory, and cultures will never disappear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerome. I'd like to open the floor. You want to stand in the middle? I'd like to open the floor to judges for a question. Hirante, Edgar, Jax, yeah. 顾老师, yeah.
你好.
Hello. 喂，你好。OK， 我用中文哈。
可以，好，我会翻译。
就这个方案其实还是很有趣的，然后我其实是在考虑您未来的一个运用的场景啊。就是在这个里面，其实你把生产的部分放在了最高的这个3层楼的这样的一个建筑里面，然后我看到里面有个很有趣的这个滑轮的这个升降的这个措施，对吧？那你有没有考虑过这个生产的部分，就是操作这个滑轮？你刚才提到的是年轻人嘛，他们是来体验的，还是他们是正常的，就是真正的生产的人员
？Okay. Jack's question is, it's great that you have a pulley system. It's great that you have 3 floors and then you're very futuristic and innovative when it comes to the project. But when it comes to the pulley system, you mentioned that young people will be the ones pulling. Are they part of the production people who are actually permanently there, or are they like tourists who will come here to experience the project?
I think this question I think there will be 2 stages of this, right? The first stages is, of course, for the daily productions, right? I don't want this lost heritage to be completely disappear. So on the first level is for daily productions. But of course, right, to share more about this cultural heritage to the world, right? I think there can be tourist program integrated in this, right? Yeah. Okay. So it's kind of both.
好 ，OK， 老师他是有2个部分，第一个部分是说他听懂，好，可以没问题 ，OK， great。 Hirante, do you have any comments, questions? Just turn it on. Amanda, is this?
Yes, so wonderful project, and I need just to clarify one thing. So this is joss making is a process which is mechanized right now, but you are bringing back the old system where it's handmade. Okay, so I think one of the unique things about the project that you have also seen production methods, and you're looking at preserving craft, right? If this kind of thing becomes, process is very important, and I think in the future it will be celebrated more. So you would have a lot of people who would come to buy this paper as tourist product. Also, they would want to see it. So how do you think that you will accommodate those numbers? Because if I go to this place, I would definitely want to visit this. So you might find that it's incredible that the community engages young and old people, but can it also take on the tourists, the visitors?
Okay. Actually, to answer that questions directly, another part that I didn't present or is not my design is actually the temple itself. Even though I didn't talk so much about the temple, right? But the temple also works hand in hand with my design. So I think the temple part will be able to handle the tourists, the commercial aspect of things, because a lot of people go there to buy the joss paper, joss sticks, right? So I think by working with the temple, it will be able to, I wouldn't say address, but mitigate this kind of sudden influx of population due to tourists.
I hope that answers. We have time for one quick comment question, if anyone. If not, we can wrap it up. Okay, Safir.
Yes.
Reed, Mike, thank you.
Yeah, a great project. I think when we think about craft, all craft is made by hand, and the way that this project really explores whose hands are making that work is really compelling. I have a question about the structure. Is this, what materials are you planning to build this with? Because some of it looks like steel to me, and then I think some of it looks like wood. I'm curious to know what the different structures and materials are that you'd be using.
Oh, okay. Mainly timber construction, because I kind of want to draw reference to the temple beside it, and it's a full construction using timber.
Right, okay.
Wood.
And is there a difference between the blue and the red that you have in the diagrams?
Blue and the red. Oh, the blue is my roof. The blue is my roof. The red is my columns, and darker red is my steel my structure, beam structure.
Is that the same for the blue on the top left
Oh,
and the top diagram as well?
this one?
Yes.
Oh, this one is actually the paper filtering process. So this is a pond. Is it this one?
No, he's tackling the slide.
This one. Sorry, this small part is steel. Yeah, because it has an intersection between water and steel.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jerome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to, thank you. Thank you. It's very brave of Fook and Jerome to present with technical difficulties. The event company is on their 4th laptop. We're still fixing as we go. But next, we would like to invite Maha with her project Uran, the Wings of Self-Reliance from the NFC IET Moulton. A round of applause. There's
No
coffee,
problem, no problem.
judges. Coffee coming. Okay, give them 1 second so that they can have their coffee. Maybe you guys need to clear your plates. Would you like to clear your plates? Yeah, thank you. You good? Coming.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Maha from the city of Multan, Pakistan, and I'm so honored that I got a chance to represent my country here. Growing up in a city that is known for its craft, I know the people behind them, especially the women whose hard work and sacrifices often go unseen. Before I begin, I would like to share a short video introducing you to the context. How can a city that is known for its craft have no space for its creators? A city where craft is not just tradition, it's a part of everyday life, shaped by countless hands over time. You can see it in every detail, every pattern, and every surface. But behind all of that beauty are the people who make it. especially women, whose work is everywhere but who are rarely seen. This is Multan, one of the oldest and the most heritage cities of Pakistan, with a history spanning over 5,000 years old. It is also known as City of Saints due to numerous Sufi shrines there, a city filled with streets and buildings that tell stories. Here, architecture reflects culture and craft, even in the blue pottery or the small details that you see around it. The craft often travels, reaches markets and people, but its makers often stay behind and unseen, carrying generations of skill, while in return they never got their own recognition and identity. So now let me introduce you to Shamim, one of the many women whose stories have inspired me for this project. Shamim was just 9 years old when she learned weaving from her mother. She told me that how she would used to travel to long distances just to sell her craft on the roadsides of the market, as there were no proper places for women like her. And now today, at 55 years old, even after 4 decades of labor, she is still working, still creating, and still struggling. We admired the craft, but we never learned the person behind it. So that silence was the beginning of this project. And that is when I realized this is not just one story. It is the story of the countless women whose hands have kept this craft alive while their names remain hidden behind the walls of their homes. When I met with these women, I saw deep pride in their craft, but I also saw the silent pain of remaining unseen. This is my site that is located opposite the tomb of Shah Rukh Alam, one of the most iconic and the spiritual landmark of Multan, and one of the major cultural destinations. In the surrounding areas, we have Husaina Gai Bazaar, our market for the local craft, and a strong community of local artisans, making the site an important place for tourism and everything else. The reasons for choosing the site is that this area has a high tourist footfall and sits right among a community of a skilled women artisan. So by placing the pavilion here, lets visitors experience the craft up close while giving the opportunities to the women of being seen and being recognized. When people see only the finished craft, the story behind it remains hidden. But when the process became visible, the effort and the dedication, people will connect with it in a more deeper and a meaningful way. And in that connection, the women artisans will finally gain their recognition. Women contribute immensely to Pakistan's economy, yet much of their work often goes unseen or they have to rely on middlemen to sell their craft. So by giving them a direct voice, not only recognizes them for their skill, but also appreciates them for their role in economy and culture. This is Udan, a women-led space where the women can work freely, preserve their privacy, and can share their craft with the world. Here they have been given a platform where they could grow and rise. So that's why I have named it Udan, which is an Urdu word which means to take flight, because every woman deserves a chance to grow and rise. The pavilion itself is not just a building, it's a piece of art in its own right. Its facade reflects the cultural identity of Multan, where Multani Ajrak is being expressed as a flowing layer inspired by the dupatta worn by the Muslim women. Multani Ajrak is a traditional block printed textile that is made by using natural dyes, and it is famous for its complex geometric patterns and colorful tones. The overall grid brings together multiple crafts together, including Mashrabia pattern, which is the most prominent feature in Islamic architecture, which is known for its perforated screen to filter light, to allow ventilation, and to maintain privacy. Alongside this, we have relic quilt. It is a kind of patchwork made by stitching together small pieces of fabric together, and it is also known for its colorful tones and the geometric pattern. Blue pottery also adds up to the grid through its rich blue and tortoise tones, and it is known for its floral and intricate patterns. So instead of using these crafts just as for the decoration of the pavilion, they are embedded into the architecture itself, where light, facade, and texture works together to make the pavilion not just as a display of craft, but a living embodiment of it. This is the plan for the pavilion, and I have divided the plan into 2 main zones. The first zone is reserved for the artists to work, and the second zone is reserved for the visitors to experience and engage with the craft. So these are the workstations designed for the women artisan. The idea was to give them a space they can truly call their own, a space where they would feel comfortable, respected, and in control of their work. So instead of treating them just as the production unit, I wanted it to feel more personal and adaptable, like giving the choice to the women that how they could design up their own spaces. Here, the workstations open up to create a more open and a flexible environment where the women can interact with each other and work in a collaborative environment. And when needed, the same space can be closed off to a more quieter environment. Like it gives the freedom and the choice to the women that how they could design their own spaces according to their moods and needs. This flexibility extends across the entire plan. As the units open up, spaces connect, and they connect at a one central point, which is the courtyard. And it acts as the core of the pavilion. It is the place where the women can come up together, interact with each other, share with each other stories, and it could also be a place where they could conduct workshops, like teaching the younger generation about the craft, turning into a shared experience of community growth and empowerment. This is an entrepreneurial hub space in the pavilion. It is a space that will help the women artisans connect with the world. Here they could build their own digital identities, showcase their craft internationally, understand the market trends. This is where the tradition will meet the innovation. This will help them to reach more people, showcase their craft, and get recognition for their talent. I have also designed a daycare within the pavilion so the women don't have to worry about leaving their kids behind at home and they could have a safe space on their own. This is the exhibition and the show part of the pavilion. This is the place where the visitors can come and the women can interact directly with the visitors, sharing the story behind every piece. It gives them direct access to the public, like without relying on any middleman, they could just sell up their craft directly to the public. This section shows the visual connection between the visitor zone and the artist zone, that how both of these zones are connected through the visual connection through a jolly, allowing observation without disturbing the privacy of the women. On the top, we have the structural details, and wood has been used as a primary construction material to support a modular and a lightweight system that could be adapted and assembled easily. The pavilion also focuses on the passive strategies such as daylighting, rainwater harvesting, and solar paneling, moving it toward a net zero approach. A canvas for every culture. Although this pavilion is made according to the cultures of Multan in mind, but it has a concept that can extend globally because the problem of women being underrepresented is not being limited to just one region. So its modular grid will act like a Lego system where people from anywhere can bring their craft into it, and in that way, that pavilion will become the representation of their respective culture. And that's how we are representing multiple culture through just one architectural language. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Maha. In the middle, please. Judges, I would like to open the floor to questions, comments. Anyone can start. Anyone would like to start? Let's start with Edgar. Oh, Safir then. Also,
happy to go again. When I wrote the brief for this for the craft component of the competition, the main craft that I was thinking about was ajrak. And it's really amazing how you've integrated that into the architecture. It was very hard for me to not write about ajrak while still writing about craft, because I think it has so much potential in architecture.
Yeah.
Especially when you think about tapestry and the use of fabric as an architectural material, and this has executed that really well. I'm curious to know about the program and the target audience for this pavilion. So can you define, one, what are some of the uses here, and then two, how those connect to what the intention is? So from what I understand, this is in a public square, so it's partly an exhibition, but there's also going to be some production happening on the inside. So how do you envision that, navigating that tension?
So basically, when I was working on this concept, I had a concept, like we have an area, like it's a tomb, Shah Rukh Nialam tomb in Multan, which is like one of the famous places in Multan, that anyone who comes to Multan, it is the first place that they visit. And secondly, I was going through the problems that was faced by the women. I personally know some of the women who are working like this. So I was thinking that why shouldn't we just use both of these things together? Because as a tourist, if you are going somewhere, we are like seeking the true cultural experience. points, and the women on the other side, they want to get recognition. So I thought that like just combining both of these things together just solves each other. Like the women will get the recognition and the tourists will get the true cultural experience, and that's why I have placed it on that side, that where we have like most of the tourism in Multan. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Safir. Thank you, Maha. Reen?
First of all, I would like to congratulate you on presenting this project. I like the concept, it's very clear cut. And I really, really love the word that you used on the keywords on living canvas of culture, where everyone can participate on the design. But just two comments or things that you can improve or you can reply me. The first thing, as a foreigner to you, I don't know what is Multani until I see this. It would be good if you can wear Multani or you can show us, all the cloth or the pottery that you have. Then we have more touch or more understanding. That's the first thing. Second thing, that throughout your design, I see a lot of intervention on architecture and culture on the wall, on the vertical panel. When you talk about the full immersive cultural experience, have you ever talked about, having design of the pattern on the floor or wall or roof? How do you actually bring people feel in better? Because when we see your design, the floor is just the timber floor. There's not much intervention. Have you started to consider about this? And what is your thought on this?
Yes, I was working on the project. I do think that I should be incorporating that patterns on the floors, but at the end I didn't do it.
Growing, part of the experience. 顾老师。
对，我想问一下，这个场地的选择的尺寸是多少？就是当时是有什么样的限制条件嘛？然后我看到这个项目的一个整体的比例关系，我是感觉它这里面能够承载的这个传统手工艺的这个人员以及参观的人数，它当时有没有考量？我个人感觉好像有点小。这是第一个问题。第二个问题就是在内部的一些那个视觉上，我看到它还是比较暗一点的光线啊，它是不是因为考虑当地的这个气候的问题？那么它用了大量的比较实的这个 solid 的这种隔断板，对吧？那当然是可开可合。那它是基于什么样的角度？是想要给到这个里面是一个比较暗一点的、凉爽一点的环境吗？包括空调体系，它是怎么考虑的？是自然通风的话，它是怎么来做的？不好意思啊，比较长，谢谢。
Jack have two questions. The first one is the site location when you choose and when you look at the topology. He thinks that it's fairly small in ratio. Have you ever considered what if there's a surplus, there's an influx of visitors, an influx of people? Have you ever considered traffic? Is there a reason why it's in this size and this particular location? This is the first question you can answer first.
Okay, so for the first thing, like initially from my concept, I wanted to work on a small scale. Like as I have used this site, like for the tourism, but when I was working on this concept, I was thinking that it could be such kind of modules that we could just insert in different parts of the city. Like that's why I've just kept it small. Like as we know in our city, it is very like crowdy and every places are like just very connected to each other. So that's why I've just kept it in small scale so that we could just place this module in multiple regions. So because obviously the tourists are not coming to one place, they're gonna just visit the entire city. So that's why I want to just keep it small so that it could be incorporated in multiple regions. So if I just worked on like a larger scale, it would be difficult to incorporate like everywhere. Yeah.
The actual dimension.
It's 35 feet into 35 feet.
All right. Okay. This is then the second question is when Gui Lao should look at the design, the interior lighting is fairly dimmer, it's slightly darker. What are your considerations? Is it climate? Is it the air ventilation? Can you elaborate on your consideration why the lighting is designed in such a way internally?
Like it's still?
Like in your design,
Yeah.
The insides of it is slightly dimmer. It's not as bright. Yeah. What are your considerations? Was it because of climate? Was it because of lighting? Because of impact, emotional impact, or is it just because of ventilation to keep it cool? Yeah. If you can elaborate, that would be
Okay,
wonderful.
so Multan has a temperature like it's very hot and arid. So I wanted to control the lighting, like the sunlight as well. So that's why I have used the place that I have incorporated these like crafts. It like acts like an outer core. and it also it protects the inner spaces from the heat because it's very hot temperature in Multan. So this is the one reason, and it is also used to make their privacy. So I wanted to add controlled lighting within the pavilion rather than it just comes in it as I've added the modular kind of doors and walls where the women can control themselves. So if they want more light, they could just open up the walls and they could get it. And from the central courtyard, they could also get the light from within and the ventilation too.
All right, Hiranti.
Quick question. Wonderful project of handling the craft, etc. But I see that you have this double layer timber work for the roof. But the roof is rather flat. So how do you deal with the rainwater, etc.? And which way should it go if it's going to the courtyard? How is the water handled?
So basically, the overall structure is pergola-like, and I've used this structure according to the temperatures of Multan. It just provides some of the insulation, and the rainwater just goes into the central courtyard, and we will have mechanism in the courtyard where the rainwater will be collected and it could be used within the pavilion itself.
I hope that answers your question. Yeah. All right. If that, I would like to conclude Maha's session. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Maha.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done. Our fourth presenter of the day is Sinem with her project Industrial Alchemy, Kinesis State of Memory from the Istanbul Technical University, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Give her a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah, just take.
All right.
Hello everyone, I am Sinem from Turkey, and today I will share my project called Industrial Alchemy, the Kinesis State of the Memory, which is located in Zonguldak. It's a bit hard to pronounce it right, but at the end you will get very, very close to it. Turkey is a peninsula at the intersection of Europe and Asia, where maritime trade is very, very important. And Zonguldak is a port city at the northern coastline of Turkey. And this port city has many industrial settlements and a railway line connection between them. And today I will continue through these three main topics. The first one is the natural formation of Zonguldak. And the second one is the coal city and urban memory. And the third one is my proposed intervention for the area. The phase one is the natural formation of Zonguldak. And let's go back in time. Due to the harsh rainfalls, the geography has a unique vegetation and intense forests. And these rainfalls and tectonic movements has started to shape the valleys. The vegetation has trapped under the water. So heavy rain caused water streams and vegetation, and these natural forces formed the valleys through erosion. And over the time, this underwater accumulation has trapped the living species such as insects and plants, and these formed the coal formation. And I am proposing that we can consider the Earth as an archive of the time. And my question is, what is coal? Is it just a black, smoky energy resource? Or is it the memory of the Earth? And the second phase is the coal city and urban memory. After the Industrial Revolution, coal became essential for the countries. And in 1829, coal was found in Zonguldak for the first time. To stay competitive in the global economy, Turkey had to face the Industrial Revolution. and the early investments has started in the city. And these are the historical photographs in Zonguldak, showing the industrial settlements in history. And in a short time, foreign capital has entered the city, and this is a French map showing the coal reserves in Zonguldak. And after 1849, a port and a railway line were built in the city. And in the early years of the Republic of Turkey, coal became a national asset. And Zonguldak was not just a city anymore, it was the engine of development in Turkey. And new technologies were integrated to enhance the productivity, and one of them is a Varagel system. It is a gravity-based cableway system, enabling coal transportation through an inclined track through the valleys. And also, many housing projects were developed to meet the needs of the labor force in the city. Also, social infrastructure were built, such as tennis courts, a cinema building, movies, literature, and sport clubs among them. And while the coal production was building the urban memory, it was also unbuilding the life, the nature, the air. Energy is a paradox. Energy is power, but energy kills. It builds nations, and at the same time, it kills people. It controls the humanity. In history, mining activities caused many accidents and disasters, and many people lost their families, their father, their children in the mines. And many of the workers have affected by the diseases caused by coal dust exposure. And in the current situation, mining activities are slowing down, and the industrial sites are falling abundant in the city. And 14% of the total land used in Zonguldak is abundant due to these industrial heritages. One of these abundant industrial heritages is Üzülmez Valley, which is located near a river and 2 active coal institutions. And the project area is mostly affected by the industrial sounds of these institutions. And the study continues with analyzing the urban memory sequences in this valley. These are the inactive memory sequences, active memory sequences, and the inactive production routes. The active ones are the coal institution, the river, and the main roads. Active mine, subsidenzing topography and soundscape of the valley. And the inactive ones are the historical production buildings in the valley. These are existing in the valley and abundant in the current situation. Also, old mines, a coke chimney, and underground coal formation among them. The historical routes are this Varagel route and routes of the railway. So I am proposing a new terminology for this current situation. The fantasy state of the memory is the inactive state of memory, where urban rituals, habits, and values are lost. These are abundant, unused, lifeless, and detached from their origin. And these are the inactive ones. The kinesis state of the memory is the active state of memory, where these urban rituals, habits, and values are alive. These are used, living, shared, and interacting with their origin. And these are the active ones in the valley. And this time my question is, what comes after the coal? The valley has the risks of losing urban memory, economic downturn, unemployment and emigration, and need for a clean energy form. And the third phase is my proposed intervention for the area. The design purpose is to revitalizing these cultural heritages by reconstructing the urban memory. The natural layer has the forest, the river, and the topography. The historical layer has the buildings of production. The historical routes are Waragal and railway routes. And the active sequences in the valley are coal institutions and topographical subsidence. And I am proposing a new building complex for this area, a technopark complex, which is integrated to the existing memory sequences. It is located on both sides of the main road and creates a dialogue within themselves. And this is my proposal technopark complex. It has the innovation lab, the modeling lab and workshops, the museum building and exhibition building, and also service buildings. To revitalize this area, the first phase is tracing the movements of the topography, the subsidence. Topographical subsidence is the land laid down of the earth over the old mine tunnels which are abandoned, and this is my hand drawing showing these movements. And over the time, this geography is slowly moving down, and it is an invisible movement. By using kinetic sensors attached to the historical coke chimney, we can transfer these invisible topographical movements into a wheel system on top of the laboratory building. So this wheel system transfers these invisible movements into a spatial movement by using architecture. So people can experience these topographical movements on the ceiling of the laboratory. The second phase is remembering the voices of the valley, the soundscape. The museum building has a sound conductive facade to conduct the environmental industrial sounds to interior space in a controlled way. And this is the detailed drawing of the sound conductive facade. It has stainless steel tubes to conduct the environmental sounds to interior space in a controlled way. And also I propose to use weathering steel to trace the timing of the building and also the rainfalls, etc. So people in the museum can listen the environmental sound by using these acoustical instruments in the facade. So the third phase is reconstructing the memory of the earth, the coal formation. Firstly, the biowaste such as insects and plant remains in the forest are collected in the historical Waragal routes, and they are transferred by using the historical railroads in the existing area. So this biowaste is put down into an underground receptacle in the laboratory. So the biowaste goes through the phases of accumulation, leakage, fossilization, and carbonization. So by using HDC system, this biowaste is transferred into a biocoal material by using heat and pressure. So the issues of the experimental phases are transferred to the museum building, and the biocoal material is transferred to the modeling lab. By using this biocoal material, an urban statue is built by using 3D printing techniques in the valley. This vertically growing statue can be harvested in time, so people can take tiny pieces of it, they can melt it and reuse it in another forms. And this is the vertically growing biocoal structure, so that we can have a new sustainable form of coal, the biocoal. To summarize this journey, the main goals of the project is revitalizing the abundant cultural heritages, using local resources and producing a new form of coal. And this is a small-scale simulation of the biocoal structure. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sinem. I would like to, AJ, are you doing the translation, Q&A?
I'm not going
do
to
on
use.
its own. Okay, great. Judges, open the floor. Anyone would like to start? Hirante, please. Yeah, I think it's already on.
Right. So, first of all, I want to congratulate you in choosing this project because I think you have understood and highlighted a real contradiction of our time. That is the condition of the ecology, the degrading ecology, and modern industrialization and what it's doing to that. So the clash of two is really evident in the choice of the project. And of course, you have used very complex and very, I think, technically also capable methods of understanding the whole process of this. But most of all, I think in choosing a project like this, which is, I think it's a very brave choice. And I have to congratulate you that you have handled it extremely well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hirante. Anyone else would like to? Sakir? I can see you moving, so I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I can't sit quiet for too long. So I, again, echo Hirante's comment. The use of research as architecture is really, really compelling. And I think just being able to sit through the presentation and see how your ideas build on each other is really exciting. I have a question for you about the biocoal. So at the start of your presentation, you mentioned that there was a slide that said energy kills. And it's very evocative, it's very emotional as a statement. And the solution is to create more biocoal. So I understand that the production of coal is going to be more sustainable and safer, but eventually this coal is going to still be burnt, right? It's still an energy source. And at the point source, there's still going to be the same adverse impacts that traditional mined coal currently has. How do you plan to reconcile that? And are there any alternatives that you're considering for the use of this coal?
Actually, it's not an energy form, but it is another form of coal which can be reusable. So people can melt it and reform again in another forms to create something else. So they are not using it to have an energy.
So would it be used as a construction material then? Is that the intended outcome?
It can be also used as a construction material. So it is used in the world, actually.
Right, okay.
All right. 顾老师 Edgar 顾老师好。
这个 PPT 做得非常的漂亮，从视觉上来说。但是我有几个问题。第一个就是这一个项目，它最终的目的是什么？第二个问题是，它其实在介绍的过程中很快的就过了一遍，它具体做了哪些建筑改造？因为它原本的建筑是什么风貌，我大概没有看到，说实话。那它后期是不是就加了一些外面的结构类的这个构架？那加这个构架的目的是什么？是它只是一个形式，还是真正有功能？这个我不是特别清楚啊，能不能再解释一下？
所以两个问题对吗？ Okay, the two questions from Jack. The first one is, what is the end goal of your design project? If you can elaborate that first, like what is that one? How would you describe your end goal in one sentence or one short paragraph? Yeah.
Okay, it is a technopark complex aiming to revitalize the cultural heritages in Zonguldak.
有回答到吗？还是要再细节一点？ Okay, for now, okay, we'll take that. The second part is, he see that the before and after you do the intervention is not very clear. So, and then after later on you shared a lot of external structure over it. If you can elaborate on whether it's function over form or form over function, what is the intention of adding so many layers to the building? If you can describe that in detail, so it'd be wonderful.
Okay, it has the main three aims in the project, and I choose these three mains by looking at the history of the city and the current situation. Actually, the current situation is more effective for my choice. So I went to the area and talked to people, and I just inspired by the conversations and what should I do for the future for them.
If that answers you, it's based on the voices of people in the location, and then she kind of designed aesthetically. 还是老师有再 follow up 的问题吗？
对，其实第二个问题还是没有回答清楚，就是他做了哪些改造。
Okay.
具体建筑上他做了哪些改造
Okay. Is there what Jack want to hear is what specifically did you change that will then support the local community in their efforts? Like.
Okay. The specific change is that this area was totally abandoned. It was unused when I went there. So I am proposing that we can revitalize and reuse this building complex and this existing area. We're not reusing the buildings. I am proposing a new building complex, but we are reusing this site, the local resources actually. We are reusing the techniques and traditions, habits.
All right. Anything, Edgar?
It's rather a comment rather than a question, no? And I just want to congratulate your project. It's, to me, it represents very much, what architecture should be about today, because of this research-based, very profound comprehension of what is the issue, understanding of the complexity of the site, and revalidating this complexity into a very complex proposal, which I think extremely interesting. And I want to congratulate you, because this is, I think, represents very well this idea of contemporary architecture, what it should be. No? This complex world that we live reflects the very, very main this idea of complexity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Edgar.
much.
Thank you, Sanem. Can you keep your structure and your water bottle? Thank you. Yeah, and your water, Sanem. Thank you. Next, I would like, judges, we have two more, then we'll take a break. All right. Next, I would like to invite Rabiul with his project, Heritrade, a model for future-proofing neglected heritage through cultural industrialization, or CCCC, in Bangladesh. And he's from the Rajshahi University of Engineering and Technology. Round of applause to Rabiul. Okay. Where's my...
Today I'm here to preach a story for my country, a solution. My project is Heritrade. Bangladesh, the delta of culture. Whenever we hear the name, we do consider the Bangladeshi culture, windy rivers, and its green landscape. And beyond this history, we do have 1,000 years histories to be told, and these landmarks are our true heritage. In analysis, Bangladesh do have 5,000 heritage sites all over the country, but our government only protecting 9% of this heritage. And the major 91% of the heritage is unprotected and ends up with destroy. Actually, we are not destroying heritage, we are destroying our culture, people, and place together. When a country is 91% heritage is unprotected, then what else architecture can do, and will it allow it to vanish, or will wave a story of renewal? Throughout my project, I introduced a neglected heritage site, which name is Nagar Kasbah, and we altogether reweave a proposal how a heritage site can revive, introducing Nagar Kasbah. Dear Jess, It was the first trading capital of Bengal that time. Where 26 numbers of heritage is now searching for a light. It's actually rebirth, where festival renounces every year. Where now the morning event starts with the sounds of jewels. And culture offers this unity to the world. Where color dance with its community. There is a song of soil and water. And sounds of 1,000 years craftsmanship. But today, all life is spinning over cultural description. He's an artisan, pottery artisan. His story turns me to stand over here.
আমাদের ছেলে মেয়েরাও এগুলো করতে পারে না বা করে না আমি চলে গেলে
If he died, the craft will die forever.
কাজও থাকবে না
Is this the end of a cultural capital or down to its revival? Throughout time, Nagar Kasbah has transformed and lost its grandeur. It has seen its prosperity, sorrow, and seeking justice, the justice for its own existence. If you ask me why else Nagar Kasbah is destroying, I will say you the economic need. And this is how a heritage compound altered, linking the social, economical, and cultural issues. And my analysis says 9% from the Nagar Kasbah heritage is conserved by the owner. And when you talk about how to save our heritage, the main constraint is for Bangladesh is funding. So when economy decides its culture lives as a legacy or dies as a death, how local culture and architecture contributes to the development of a country. And I have waved a concept, and that is heritage. Heritage is a mechanism where culture sustains the conservation. There is an owner who will invest, who will rent the abandoned compound of his own heritage compound. A lease person by owner who will invest over the compound. The existing artisan with the entrepreneur, they will reactivate the compound, producing the cultural industrialization. And percentage from the revenue will share over the conservation policy of the heritage. And this is how a temporary shed abandoned space retrieved with production unit. Throughout my process, I actually worked with the community. We actually praised together. There are 16 artisans, 120 family. We traced our potential, what else we can do, what is our potential, and derived a program for Nagar Kasbah. And we are searching for hope, justice, and revive a story. From the potential, I have derived from the Caucasian, I have derived the potential and traced a sustainable cultural brand enterprise. How? I traced the existing potential, stakeholder scheme, a program radius, and phase-based program derivation 1 and derivation 2. And this is the culture, community, and commerce mechanism. And about the master plan, I traced the shape grammar, program plot derivation, circulation for the production flow, water route conserved, and detailed policy design initiation, and incremental phase 1, phase 2, and Nagar Kasbah established. And propose the master plan, there is a zone 1, which is the redevelopment. Zone 2, the main heart of the project, production. The Zone 3, tourism and incubation. And linking all this, we are solving the social, cultural, economical, and environmental aspects as well. And this is the phase-based incrementation of being road to sustainable global brand like Nagar Kasbah. And dual impact ecosystem as well, where culture conserves the heritage and heritage acids the culture as well. This is Zone 1, Zone 2, House of Earth, House of Fashion Apparel, House of Craft, House of Jewels, House of Woodcraft, House of Pottery, Zone 3, House of Innovation, and Kasbah Tourism. And you are seeing the bird's eye view, the total compilation of the project. I will explain one from each zone, linking all the possible solutions our judges expecting for. Zone 1, crafting the old age. This is the existing condition of the zone and how I transform to the color, bringing all the commerce, trade, economy, culture, and community as well. It is a market, but more than a market. It is an inclusive ground that breathes with culture and community. And there is abundant cinema hall, and culture regains the community with a house of culture and education, with modular, reversible, and tactical solution for heritage footprint. Before going to the Zone 2, there is a video to introduce the crafts of Bengal, my own potential from my project. Already I have shared the sample piece with my judges. I would request you to open the bag and hands-on feel the crafts from my own site and examine how tactically the crafts are made from hands-on experience and from abroad. This is revert a bit to, it's not working. All right, I have done a blunder, whatever. The projection core, the Potochitro unit. This is, after some time, the portion of this house is destroyed, and I do a plan. I trace the 200-year shape grammar, the existing situation, and find a scope where the new design can be, and how, phase-wise, the existing situation can be evacuated. And over the plan, this is the owner's compound and the abundant compound with production unit, rental production unit, solving separate circulation for owner, artisan, and production wave as well. And this is the synthesis of section with culture, commerce, and colors. And I have derived some tactical how new edition can add with the old fabric, linking social, scale, and heritage fabric respective. And same applied for the House of Craft, House of Trades, House of Pottery and Projection, House of Jewels, the life of our jewel workers, and how a design seems like House of Woodcraft and Projection, the existing Bikrampur wooden heritage, the life of woodkeepers, how all the layers compact with tradition and culture. And you're seeing a planometry with all the plugins reactivate the abundant plots. Before going to the Zone 3, we have 1.9 million youth unemployed over 1 year. And this is from job seeker to job creator, how a compound can derive. They can rent a booth, they can utilize the installation and set up their own business from hairy trade purpose. And obviously cultural tourism with having Nagar Kasbah festival calendar. And percentage improved. I will show this. It is one problem, one solution, 100 problems. spiritual right? It is sustainable tectonics, 36-degree heritage revolvable. And all the solution were repacked over Nagar Kasbah, all the unit described here. And it can be made with the own skilled artisan. It's a festival of making together. And the module even is derived from the existing context, heritage, and ecology as well. This is all the critical structures. Let me skip this. And over the color is derived from the seasonal variation. This is the most important part, the economic viability, a principle that I derived for Bangladesh, and obviously you can operate heritage by clicking one button. And we are linking heritage all over neglected heritage. The river route has reclaimed. Not only Bangladesh, heritage is a solution for neglected histories of the world. And you were walking through the street, the river is reclaimed, the color has bring back to the street with culture, community, hydrology, ecology, old landscape, why not? Trading is back like the past, but with culture this time. Beyond architecture, what heritage will do, they are solving all the solutions that we are waiting for. And this is already I have achieved my heritage business. They have started conserving their own assets, exhibit their project to the Guinness World Recorded platform, and they have exhibit there and done workshop in our urban fabric. And just waiting for a yes from my judges. And this is how we already smiled, but the end is like this miserable. The hands is already in silence. The face, the time already is waiting for just a breath. The culture is paused and waiting for a reactivation. Let the heritage breathe. Let's heritage with culture, community, conservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rabiul. Judges, the floor is yours. Anyone would like to jump on? My judges are rather shy. Yeah. Okay, Reen.
Yeah, sure.
I think the project is very comprehensive. That's why everyone is like, we need some time to digest.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
It looked like a very huge master plan, which you did it well. You show us the research and study that you've done. But maybe you can explain a little bit in detail what exactly is the first thing that you do on one particular project. Or maybe you can tell us in one sentence, what does it bring, go back to the community that you really do? Because everything that we see now is mostly on, you are giving job opportunity or that. But what about architecture intervention? Is it only on adaptive reuse? What else have you introduced to here that help them on culture or architecture?
All right. It's the installation project that one heritage site, how revive with architecture. Maybe I guess the question. Throughout the architecture, first was I derived the grade of the heritage. If the heritage needs scalability or structural retrofitting, then I introduced little or minimal intervention of the production. As my project is cultural production, it's a production unit. So whereas I need architecture actually with heritage sustainability, heritage physical structural need. And in the meantime of this architectural need, I introduced a unit that I have described and this unit is modular, 100% reversible and easily installable. You can install any booth, any unit, even 2 days or 1 day, and can even transform and repack all the installation throughout other heritage sites. And I think for a production unit, as today my production is 15 piece, tomorrow it can increase. So I need to increase the production unit as well. So I have, throughout the architecture, I introduce the modular architecture. Throughout, one can increase the incremental phase throughout today 1 unit to tomorrow's 2 unit. And as this is reversible, it won't harm the heritage. It will conserve your culture. As this is already made with a skilled artisan from the site, you don't need any transportation cost of the material. All the are refurbished material and totally site source material. And I think I have answered your question.
All right, thank you, Reen. We have time for one more if anyone would like to jump on. Edgar?
It's not a question, but I just want to congratulate you. You know, the amount of work is there is really overwhelming.
Thank you.
And I just want to make a note into that, no? Because it's really span. I mean, it's like it's
a journey.
Mentioning it's overwhelming the amount of work, and I think it deserves really a note into that. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. We have 2 more minutes. Anyone? Safir?
Yeah, echoing that comment about the breadth of your architectural intervention expanding into, you know, economic and into like social enterprise, I think that's really commendable. I'm curious to know, so you had mentioned at the start that their main concern was around capital and around funding. Is this intended to be like a sales pitch for investment into this program, or is it a pitch into like for NGOs to like, you know, pick up this and bring capital into it? And if they bring that, what would that be allocated towards? Would it be allocated towards the craft itself? Would it go towards the structural changes? Can you explain some of those pieces for me?
About the economic phase, right? All right. I proposed numerous stakeholders. NGOs can invest over here. Cultural brands like our own from my country, BRAC, they can invest over here. All I need an investor to sustain the culture. I have potential. I have craft. I have heritage. But the solution is I don't have the funding. But when the owner who has the own compound, who is renting by a little short of money the compound and destroying the heritage by in means of economy. This is the question. How to retrieve the economy and save the heritage and cultural craft as well. Then I proposed some stakeholders to contribute in the over the compound. They will be benefited by the revenue. The owner will be benefited by the revenue. The existing artisan will be benefited by the revenue. Not only depending over the stakeholder, after the phase 3, Nagar Kasbah can avail to be a sustained own cultural brand and reinterpret with the world through its cultural branding. The 3 phase derives the 3 economic phase: first investment, then scalability, and the emergence of the economic aspects.
All right, thank you, Rabil. Perfect timing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rabil. Congratulations
Thank you.
once more. Right. Everyone, one more before our break, all right? Next, right before our break, we have Jin Young with his project, Reimagining Collective Living in the Nantou Urban Village from Tsinghua University, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Test 1, 2, test. So good morning, everyone. I'm Jin Yong Poon from Tsinghua University, and today I'll be sharing my design, Reimagining Collective Living in Nantou Urban Village. I was born and raised in Malaysia, and later I continued my master's studies at Tsinghua University, and then in 2023, I had a chance to intern in Shenzhen. And before that, I mostly studied urban issues from the outside, but Shenzhen changed that. It showed me that cities are not only about space, they are about people, land, and the way life actually happens. So it was in Shenzhen that I first encountered a very unique urban typology, the urban village, Chengzhongchun. As shown here, these are dense pockets of self-built housing surrounded by high-rise development. They provide informal and affordable homes within the city. So what fascinated me was the urban village is neither simply urban nor rural. It sits somewhere in between, born from the collision between rural land and urban development. This in-between condition became my starting point. So many friends in Shenzhen would say the story begins in 1980 when a line was drawn beside Hong Kong, marking the birth of Shenzhen Special Economic Zone. So within a few decades, it grew from a small fishing village into a global metropolis, driven by speed, technology, and creative energy. And with this growth came people, millions arriving for work and a better life. But the city was not ready. People arrived faster than homes could be built. So another housing system emerged. Local villagers built rental housing on collective land, and over time, this building grew taller and denser, gradually forming Shenzhen's urban villages. And these villages are not marginal. They are the crucial part of the city's identity. Today, they still house around 12 million people and support Shenzhen's everyday life. But ironically, as the city gets matured, it began to turn against the very villages that had nourished its growth. Once land became valuable, these communities became vulnerable. Demolition became the dominant answer. Baishizhou village showed this conflict clearly. It was once home to over 150,000 people, full of markets and daily life, and later it was reimagined as a future CBD. When I visited the area, many residents had already been displaced, while the project itself has been stalled. What remained was an empty site where a living community once existed. As vibrant communities disappeared and new towers rose, people began to realize that urban villages are not just old buildings. They held memory, human connection, and the ordinary rhythms of the city. And by 2017, Shenzhen began shifting from demolition towards organic renewal. So before the market arrived, artists and architects began to speak of coexistence. They saw the urban village not as a problem to erase, but as a living part of the city. But as art, culture, commerce entered the village, I realized that there's one story that was still missing, the story of coming home. So I asked, what is it really like to come home here every day? So walking through the streets, I began to wonder, can the way back home be safer and more dignified? And can a small room have more light and air? And when I grow old, will there still be a place nearby to sit, to meet, or even to belong? So with this question, my research moved to Nantou Urban Village, one of the oldest urban villages in Shenzhen. Nantou is located in central Nanshan, surrounded by highly developed urban areas. But inside, it keeps a very different texture, dense, layered, and deeply lived in. The ancient city wall still shapes its boundary, and many main streets and alleys are inherited from the ancient trails. And in recent years, around 30% of Nantou has been renewed. Most of this renewal focus on commercial and cultural programs. But behind this renewed image, another part remains less visible. Around 70% of Nantou is still residential, and this is where the local community actually lives. So I chose an in-between zone as my site, between the renewed cultural area and the neglected residential fabric. For me, this site becomes a testing ground. How can regeneration move beyond culture and commerce and return to the people who actually live there? So I brought myself into the site, imagining that I was one of the people living there. So at the macro scale, I looked at how community spaces actually works, and at the micro scale, I explored how existing housing can become collective living. And together, these two scales aim to create a more integrated and more human form of renewal. And from there, let's first reimagine the communal cluster. The goal is not to replace the village, but to repair its spatial network from within. To move beyond my personal observation, I first studied movement through the site, access points, existing alleys, and path simulation. And from these studies, I identify an ideal path, a clearer and more open route throughout the cluster. But the real village is always more complex than a simulation. So after fieldwork, I asked myself, what could be kept, repaired, or even to transform? So in Nantou, narrow streets are not only routes. They are where children play, elderly people sit, and also neighbors talk. So new renewal begins with safer streets and public places for all ages. At the same time, new creative workers are entering Nantou, young people like me who needs affordable housing and places to work and meet. So the strategy becomes clear: improving housing, supporting existing residents, and welcoming new forms of collective living. First, the large-scale demolition is not realistic here. In such a dense village, every square meter matters. So selective demolition removes only what blocks light and movement, then add back the lost floor area through FAR compensation. Second, the ground floor becomes a shared public layer. Daily life already spills into the streets, so the design gives it more space and dignity. Third, connection cannot happen only on the ground in such a dense fabric. Core, bridges, platforms allow people to move and meet across different levels. And finally, greenery also grows from local habits. Many residents already bring plants into their own balconies and rooftops. So the design turned this habit into shared landscape for shade, planting, and gathering. Together, these interventions form a capillary-like public network through the site. It connects homes, services, workspaces, and open space, not as a grand destination, but as something people naturally enter through everyday life. Now, let's look into the central cluster. I found that a lively community doesn't always need more buildings. Sometimes it needs more room to breathe. So the first layer is the field, open spaces for play and everyday gatherings. So the sport court becomes an open stage for daily community life. It can hold exercises or a greeting on the way back home. At different times of the day, the same space carries different scenes of life. And nearby, the playground brings children's voices back into the neighborhood, while daily life continues around it. The communal market allows small vendors and everyday services to stay, giving informal life a more stable and welcoming space. But land in Nantou is extremely limited, so even the smallest leftover spaces are so important. So these corners become places to sit and meet, especially for elderly residents and also children close to home. For young people like me, they can become places to work, meet friends, or just simply to stay for a while. Finally, all these spaces are connected through paths. Here, circulation is no longer just movement. It becomes part of social life itself. The alley we pass through every day becomes safer with better lighting and shelter from rain. And even the small notice board on the site can become the necessary community information for the site. Lightweight elevated walkways add new connection where the ground floor is too limited. They simply gently slipped into the site through the dense building, opening up routes that were once blocked or hidden. And as path unfolds upwards, it connects the shared spaces, living units, and also the rooftop gardens. Through this movement, people can rediscover the village beyond its compressed ground levels. So from the cluster, let's move into the collective living. Urban villages are often begin as a self-built box, occupying the full plot and repeating outwards. So inside, the problems are quite direct. Small rooms with limited daylight, exposed pipes, and underused balconies. So the transformation begins with subtraction, opening up blocked areas for light, air, and clearer circulation. Then, with limited addition, balconies, stairs, and lightweight structures improve movement and shade, while creating shared outdoor spaces at the same time. Sorry. It's not showing. So as I imagine walking out of the apartment, A small cafe or a breakfast shop may be just around the corner. Existing tiles, green steel, or even newly added timber are already enough to create the warmth for the people. And inside, communal kitchen supports cooking, sharing, and informal encounters. Its materials are kept simple, durable, and easy to maintain. And on the residential levels, darker areas become shared zones, while rooms are placed along the better lit facades. The units are kept quite simple. They are mainly single and double rooms, around 6 to 12 square meters. They are very simple, so future residents can shape them gradually over time. And at the top, the shared rooftop garden becomes a breathing space for dining, planting, and also gathering. It led residents to meet beyond their small rooms. The design also responds to Shenzhen's hot and rainy climate. So prefabricated balconies extends living space while creating shade and rain protection at the same time. The mesh facade supports vertical greenery while keeping the building light and breathable. So through this transformation, the self-built house is no longer just isolated, and over time, it becomes a small community where living, sharing, and encounters can happen together. Different voices and routines return back to the building, giving its own rhythm again. So, for the past 1.5 years, I've been asking one question. Can urban regeneration be more organic, not by demolishing everything and starting over, but by working with what is already there? Through this project, I realized that renewal should begin with the new image of a city. It should begin with the people who actually live there. Urban village may look dense, informal, and imperfect, but inside them, there are affordable homes, everyday relationships, and a community that still matters. So this project is not about replacing the village itself. It is about bringing back light, air, and sharing dignity, step by step. For me, the true purpose of urban renovation is about humanistic revitalization, to reactivate people, community, and everyday life. So looking back, I am no longer just an outsider looking at the urban village from a distance. Through Nantou, I began to see it from within, as a place of ordinary life, resilience, and belonging. People often say Shenzhen has no history or culture, but I realized that urban villages are exactly where part of Shenzhen's culture lives. So in their openness, diversity, and human warmth. Because a better city is not only built by what we add, but also by what we chose to keep. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Jin Young. To the middle. Judges, like to open the floor to comments and questions. Anyone would like to start? 顾老师呢，先开始吗？ Okay, we kept chalk.
我觉得这个案例其实是有非常现实的一个社会意义，因为现在我们在整个世界的这个范围，各个城市都在寻求一个怎么样能够用比较有序的方式来重建我们的这个居住和生活的环境。然后因为你也是这几天就提前来到了泰国嘛，所以其实这个项目应该是您去年就做的。
对，
然后你这次到泰国来，你也去看了一些泰国就是曼谷本地的这些社区的一些更新啊，我不知道有没有给你一些新的启发？ 就是
的确
你如果回头再看自己的这个项目的时候，我觉得它非常棒。但是你这次看了曼谷的一些商业啊、街区啊这些，你会不会给到你一些新的 idea？
其实我在做这个项目之前 I can speak in English.
Let me. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I need to translate. So, Jack say this is such a realistic approach to the world's problem now, because we're looking for innovative and impactful, but also fun ways to bring collective living to the communities, to bring rhythm and life to it. And he's asking, based on your past couple of days in Bangkok, Thailand, you look at the way that the city is currently being planned. Has it given you like more inspiration and ideas? And then you can respond in English directly.
Sure.
Yes, because he understood. Yeah.
So,
okay.
Speaking about coming to Bangkok and visiting the areas we've been through, I actually had the place we visited yesterday as my case study. So I was inspired by a lot of different interventions like around the world. So that sort of inspired my design also. Yes, so that.
I love Safir when you want, you're like,
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I have a question for you. Can you, in your words, how would you define a village?
Okay. So my understanding of a village, many would say would be rural, right? In China, the definition is more defined. So urban, you have to have certain amount of population, certain amount of infrastructure, and village is often related to rural space and with very like smaller population and also like poorer infrastructure. So that's how I would understand it. Yep.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because the drawings they're very sterile, they're very measured. It seems like you've thought of everything and you've found a way to make all of it work. But I think one piece that's missing for me from how I would understand a village is there needs to be some element of chaos, of randomness that needs to be introduced.
Yeah.
And I think that's when we think about Bangkok, when we think about dense Asian cities, that's a really big part of what constitutes that informality. And so how would you reconcile that? I mean, I would describe some of this as more of like a lower density urban form that's primarily city oriented. And when we think about the existing residents, they probably have a different understanding of what a village is and of what this neighborhood represents to them. So how would you reconcile those two pieces?
Speaking of like, you would say like a village, they have more chaos, more like maybe imperfection within it. I think maybe inside the render, it doesn't really like show because that's like more of a technical thing that I didn't add some of the bad imperfections within it. But with the real context in mind, the design actually sort of allows chaos to sort of blend with the sequence that I actually insert to it. So everything could be more balanced. So speaking of chaotic thing, I think with my design, after the insertion of this sequence and all this form, I think it sort of it was well controlled with the design. Yeah.
Thank you, Safir. We have time for one more quick comment and question. Reen, Hirante, Edgar, anyone? Reen? Okay, great, wonderful.
Right,
round of applause. Thank you, Jin Yong. We have somehow recovered some time, so I will generously allow the break till 11:30 a.m. sharp. The tea is right across the garden. You guys can take a quick break. Can we please come back at 11? Like, can everyone be seated at 11:30 a.m.? Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, judges. You can just put the score sheet on your seat, and then we'll just guard it with our lives. Thank you so much. Please stretch. Please use the washroom. Have some tea. Can we clean their table? Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. 11:30 Thai time. Thailand time. Thank you.
ำน้ำชีนะครับได้ไหลทะลักเข้าท่วมวรรณอุทยานบางจุดนะครับท่วมลึกกว่า1 เมตรด้วยกันทำชีวิตที่อยู่บริเวณด้านในนั้น
All right, guys, welcome back. Please come back. I shouldn't have let you guys have such a long break. Okay. I summoned her. She looked at me. What? Time flies so fast. No, I'll just have to wait for a bit. Okay, can you continue to chase? Green, if you need more banana, let us know, alright? There's still a bunch. Where do you get that soda, damn it? Where do you get that soda? Oh no, I'm just, I'll get it later. Yeah. Okay, I need to fill in the room. Anyone else? Pop, anyone else? Can you summon everyone? Fern, can you see if there's any other guests that needs to come in? All right. Everyone lied to me, 11:30. Yeah, I should have lied, right? I'll be back by 11:25. I will cut off your lunch break. Yeah. We're not awfully behind time, so. Okay, so the moment Hirante comes back, we'll start, alright? Everyone score sheets with you, yeah? Okay. Very precious. Amanda, I need you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second session for the AYDA Awards Architectural category for 2025-2026. Without further ado, we're already behind time. So let's start with our seventh presenter. We have Tirapat with his project Monkey Shelter Beauty Amid the Flood from Mahasarakam University. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Because it's too big. Hello. Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Thirapat, and I was born and grew up in Kosumvisai district, Mahasarakam province, Thailand, where both local community, including myself and monkey, have fed flood every year. Let me show you.
ยานโกสัมพีอำเภอโกสุมพิสัยจังหวัดมหาสารคามต้องปิดให้บริการชั่วคราวนะครับหลังจากน้ำจากลำน้ำชีนะครับได้ไหลทะลักเข้าท่วมวรรณอุทยานบางจุดนะครับท่วมลึกกว่า1 เมตรด้วยกันทำให้ลิงนะครับกว่าพันชีวิตที่อยู่บริเวณด้านในนั้นต้องอพยพหนีน้ำเอาชีวิตรอดไม่ต่างชาวบ้านที่ได้รับความเดือดร้อนจากน้ำท่วมในครั้งนี้เช่นเดียวกันครับ
จังหวัดมหาสารคามซึ่งเป็นจุดที่ติดกับลุ่มน้ำชีตอนนี้น้ำท่วมเต็มพื้นที่125 ไร่แล้วนะคะมวลน้ำเหนือที่หลากมาจากจังหวัดชัยภูมิมาสมทบกับน้ำที่มาจากเขื่อนอุบลราชจังหวัดขอนแก่นส่งผลให้ปริมาณแม่น้ำชีในพื้นที่มหาสารคามเพิ่มสูงขึ้นอย่างต่อเนื่องเฉลี่ยชั่วโมงละประมาณ5 เซนติเมตรล้นตลิ่งหลากเข้าท่วมวรรณอุทยานโกสัมพีที่โกสุมพิสัย
Mahasarakam is located in the northeastern regions of Thailand. As you can see on the map, within the province, Kosampi Forest Park, a large natural conservation area covering approximately 200,000 square meters. This forest park is not only an important ecological space for the community, but also home to 800 of monkeys living alongside the local environment. The back dot on the map shows this site project. The site location along the edge of Kosampi Forest Park. The location was carefully selected for 3 main reasons. First, the area carefully selected for 3 main reasons. First, the area was kept originally an open space, no large tree to remove. Second, the site is positioned near a river bend where the natural slope allows monkeys to easily access food and water sources. Finally, the site is still accessible to nearby community and tourists. The local community live through agriculture, handicraft, and traditional fishing. More importantly, human and monkey have long coexisted through local culture and tradition. This timeline shows how the project supports activity throughout the year. From December to April, a park becomes a major tourist destination, especially the Monkey Feeding Festival. Before flood season begins, monkey sterilization programs are conducted. This diagram shows this movement route of the 5 monkey group within the forest park. The community zone is located on the left, while the forest park is on the right. As shown during difficult season, the monkey frequently move into nearby communities searching for food, causing disturbance and conflict with local residents. Another major issue beyond flooding is the lack of food inside the forest park. But at night, the monkey return to sleep inside the forest park, mainly on this fly range located along the Shi River. When flooding occurs, the way of life, both human and monkey change. Every year, from July to November, the forest park faces severe seasonal flooding. As you can see from the graphic behind, the water completely submerged the entire park, shifting year by year and leaving no diet for wildlife. On the left, the golden hammercrack, only 20 to 50 are left, found nowhere else in Thailand or Southeast Asia, have only nowhere to go. They move into nearby village to survive damaged property and attack people. On the right, the result monkey bites are dangerous and serious health. This project solves the crisis protecting both the community and this rare species. While the habitat of both human, monkey, and disrupted, how can architecture enable their coexistence? My solution is monkey shelter, beauty amid the flood. This project is designed as a shared sanctuary where human and macaque can rely on support and harmoniously and share space in perfect balance. We propose an adaptive architecture that harmonizes human wildlife habitat amid the flood while maintaining the timeline of local tradition. From study macaque, we have with a veterinary professor. First, macaques are semi-arboreal animals living both on the ground and in the treetop. Second, macaques are highly social animals that live in large groups. They avoid dense, cluttered, or overly crowded environment. They prefer living in open space with natural ventilation. They favor vantage points that offer a wide panoramic view of their surroundings. But during heavy rain and flood, trees alone cannot keep themselves. Our solution is monkey shelter. The color come from the macaque favorite food. Red from watermelon, pink from Jamaican cherry, orange from ripe papaya, and yellow from banana. By matching this with Nippon Paint bright tone, the color cover the sunshade. So the shelter look like a tree full of live food. This store the monkey in turning out architecture into a habitat they already know. We use local timber and tradition brickwork to build modular units for monkey. The walls are open and see-through so the monkey can see every direction and escape any side when there's in danger. These shelters are designed as modular units with stack, expand, and flexibility according to monkey population growth and design condition. Shelter box are stacked at different height, right tree benches. To create a natural habitat, that platforms are connected at different height, allowing monkey to climb, jump, move freely through the treetop. The main structure is all timber holding to stack pot timber that's more than carry weight. It feels familiar to the monkey like the bark of a real tree. The sanctuary is designed as two towers to accommodate the entire macaque in forest park population. His help reduce overcrowding and support their natural social behavior. There are 9 levels in total. Level 1 and 5 serve as feeding area, while the other 7 levels serve as quiet refuge space from the macaque. The architecture is elevated above the ground to respond to recurring flood conditions and create a safe vertical refuge for the monkey to tower life from maximize visibility, natural ventilation, and airflow, while the interconnected pathway. This picture shows monkey inside this space. This animation shows how the project supports the annual monkey sterilization program. This detectable net system is built into the structure to safely and temporarily contain the monkey. Food is placed in the designated area before the net is relied, allowing officers to carry out sterilization more efficiently. 2 shelter towers are designed at 2 main buildings. The first function with a ring-shaped building is the service area. The zone around staff to access and maintain the monkey refuge structure during cleaning operation. The service system is connected to the rest circulation pathway, leading directly to the monkey refuge tower, allowing staff to safely access each area. The next curve zone is designed as the operational office. This is the medical treatment This is the medical treatment area for sick or injured monkey inside the treatment room. The next function is a food transportation zone designed to distribute food from the main building. I designed a floating feeding platform connected to the 5 existing trees within the forest park, creating a safe and accessible feeding space for monkey during high water. 2 floating feeding platform is mainly constructed from bamboo and designed with climbing area that allow monkey to access the feeding area easily. The platform is started by floating barrel underneath, allowing it to adjust naturally in response to changing fat level. This zone is designed as a community cooperative space, allow local residents to sell local products and handicraft to tourists. The next zone functions as a museum. A small ecological museum is integrated into the project to educate visitors about the endangered golden hammerquack and the surrounding ecosystem of Kosumpi Forest Park. This is the visitor feeding building. This structure mainly uses bamboo, a locally sourced material that's blend naturally with the forest context. Tourists can feed the monkey directly or use the pulley system to deliver food to the feeding platform within the refuge tower. This activity runs throughout the year. This is the walkway. And this is a monkey feeding festival building. And also as a workshop space, weaving craft more of the structures of bamboo, reflecting the identity and craftsmanship of community. These slope loops use linear bamboo element to prevent monkey from climbing, since the bamboo rotates when stepped on, the monkey cannot keep their balance on the surface. The interior is decorated with traditional tung. Ornament represent the cultural identity and spiritual belief of Northeastern Thailand. A performance stage as a fun support traditional dance ceremony during the monkey feeding festival. The project emphasizes natural light and cross ventilation to reduce energy consumption within the building. Look from the shading ornament are carefully designed according to solar orientation, minimizing heat gain. The outcome of this project are not only environmental, but also social and cultural, preserving safe refuge and food security for monkey during flood, reducing human-wildlife conflict, supporting year-round tourism and local economic growth, and preserving culture, tradition, and strengthening the identity. This project is not only about designing architecture, it's flood refuge, but about creating a shared space where human activity and wildlife habitat coexist in balance. By preserving local tradition, ecological identity, this project reflects to the meaning of crafting cultural legacy, creating a future where culture, wildlife, and people continue together. I'm Thirapat from Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you, Thirapat. You can put your things here. You can go to the middle. Judges, the floor is yours. Anyone would like to start? That's my challenge for today. Safir, thank you.
Hey, this is a really interesting presentation. I really enjoyed seeing how you, there's like the anthropological study of human beings and how that informs architecture, and I think applying that framework to monkeys is really, really interesting. I haven't seen that done before, so well done there.
Thank
Yeah, I had a question about the panels on the vertical elements that you have. What's the purpose of those, and what made you choose that specific treatment for them?
Translating. Oh, he'll be responding in Thai. So, judges, if you can put your channel 2 for we'll try first, yeah? Judges?
Okay ครับ
Channel 2. Is there 2? Can you guys assist?
ตอบได้เลยไหมครับ
Make sure it's on the right channel. Give me a moment. Channel 2, right? Right, I assume. Sorry, channel 1 for English. Sorry. Channel 1 for English. Sorry. ごめんなさい。すみません。对不起。对不起。minta maaf. All right. Okay, ready. You ready? You can speak in Thai, yeah.
So as for why do we do it vertical, right? The vertical is that we want to be a tree, so it symbolizes a tree. So the monkeys feel like, the monkey feels like they are living in the real tree, the canopy. So when you elevate the space, it linked to the flood each year, flood level. That flood level would rise 6 to 10 meters, vertical line. That's going to be saving the space to run from water.
My question was more about the color panels that you have on those vertical elements. So you have yellow, pink, and red. I see those as panels on it. That's what I was asking about.
อ๋อเรื่องสี okay
All right, sure.
เหตุผลที่เลือกใช้
The reason I choose these colors is that the monkey, they protect their own fruits, their ripening fruits. And so I chose the color that represent the fresh fruits, so the monkey can see the building clearly. Whenever like all these building, it represent the tree that is ripening with fruits fully on the trees. So that I choose those to represent the nature elements of Nippon Paint.
Thank you
All right.
Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ顾老师 So we'll translate this from Chinese to English to Thai. Okay?
I'm sorry.
No worries. No, it's wonderful. It's a fun experience. 来老师。
OK ครับ
确实这个项目其实在没有听到您的这个讲解之前，我是觉得它非常的吸引我们的这个注意力啊。我只想问一个问题，但是不是作为人的角度，而是作为猴子的角度，就是这个设施是为了在洪水的时期，那个猴子和人都能够有一个平稳的一个过渡。那我们设想一下，如果等到洪水过去以后，如果是作为一只猴子，它会愿意回到以前的生活状态，还是愿意就待在这里？如果它就是又待在这里了，因为这里有食物，有各种各样的这个资源，那是不是从某种意义上来说，我们反而是就是破坏了它之前的一个自然规律呢？
Okay, so the comment from our judge is it's a very interesting, eye-catching project to be designing for not humans but monkeys as well. From a monkey's point of view, right, we come over to this location to avoid the flood, right? But there's food and shelter here. So what if the monkeys don't want to leave after the flood and they decided to stay on? Will this disrupt the ecosystem? Will this disrupt their natural behavior? So technically it might become a zoo, right? So what is your perspective on this?
ในส่วนของการออกแบบ
So as for designing the building, so it's not gonna make the behavior change because the natural habitat, their own behavior, instinctive monkey behavior, they eat food with human anyway. So when in this project that would come in, they would support the monkeys to have all year round food. So that's gonna enable the monkeys to be in the ecosystem happily. That's what I plan.
If that answer, I have no idea what happened. I don't have it with me. Okay, great answer, yeah. And anyone, last comment, last question? Edgar, Hirante, Reen? Okay, Reen. Edgar will do last. Okay, we'll get Reen. Yes.
I agree with what Gu Lao Shen mentioned. It's a very bold idea, which is really eye-catching. But my question go back to the theme this year and also one of the important theme on sustainability. When you have project like this, how do you execute it? You know, there's a lot of contestants I mentioned, there has phase development and etc. By having such a huge structure, even though it's on steel, what is your planning on this? It's very tough for us to straight away build all these things. So what is your plan on, building all these things?
Okay,
All right, for the main building that's gonna start first, we're gonna start building the tower, the two towers in the middle first, because we want for this to serve the function for saving monkey from running from flood. And then we add the function as the round one for the human and also other ones to serve around later on.
I hope that answers. All right, Edgar?
No, hi. My question was about the convivial issues, like monkeys, they're very social, but they're social within their group, no? So we have different groups. What will happen, when you have all these, I don't know, I was just wondering, because there is like how will you expect to manage that issue, of the groups within the monkeys?
I think we're gonna put into different group in different layers and floors. So we have two towers, and so these numbers with the modular, there's one box that will support the monkey about 1 to 2 per one box. And so if you think about designing this structure, it's about relating to the population. For example, this is kind of pretty much if we have 5 tribes of monkey that can live together, maybe top floor or down floor is up to them, up to the decision. They can live together, yeah.
And I don't have access. Thank you, Tirapa. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Our next presenter isn't able to present virtually due to the situation in Iran. So we'll be playing. Okay, judges, let's come back from the monkey. Let's reset. Okay, so next is Dana. Will be playing his recording. The project is called The Rebirth of a Wetland, a future built on the past. However, he's on standby on WhatsApp for questions and feedback. So right after this session, Amanda will assist me. Whatever question you have, we'll type it and then he will respond ASAP. Okay, are we all ready for the video? A round of applause to Dana.
Hello, my name is Dana Gholami. I'm a graduate of Master of Architecture from Islamic Azad University of Shiraz, and I'm finalist from Iran in the AYDA Awards. The name of my project is The Rebirth of a Wetland, a future built on the past. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Well, actually, my project started with this photo, a poster of the city of Abadan, where I was born and raised. And I always wanted to see the city like this, the river by the side of the city, the refinery in the middle of the city, and the palm grove behind the city. But because I was born 20 years after the war, I always saw it as destroyed. In fact, Abadan, rather than a city, represent the connection between the river, refinery, and the city. It represent the connection between the war and the city. But this is not just a personal concern. With the increasing number of wars, regional conflicts, and human crises in different parts of the world, the destruction of cities and the loss of historical and social structures has become a global concern more than ever. This is a map of countries at war last year, and in just the past few months, more than 15 countries have been added to the list. And the common points of all of these in the war-torn areas that remain the same for many years. So I decided to work on one of these war-torn areas. But where? A war-torn area inside the wetland. Wetlands are very important area from a lot of perspectives. Each has their own unique identity, and there are many of them in Iran. Like ecologically, they are home to migratory birds and fish. Economically, they create a small-scale agriculture and fishing. Climatically, they are home to special plants and play an important role in water treatment. Culturally, they are the place where a small population live and work. But what is the relationship between a war zone and a wetland? When you look at the war zone in the region, there is a very special war zone, and it's located in the center of the Horolazin wetland, a commercial complex that was located before the Iran-Arab War for the land connection of the two countries and was one of the first places to be damaged in the war due to its proximity to the border. A commercial complex with a simple plan that has advanced due to the construction of a dam around it. So the water of the wetland has risen, and now this complex is located in the middle of wetland. But what exactly are the possibilities for convergence for this space? For living, working, and having people in the wetland, there is the possibility of convergence of human. For a variety of nature, there is a possibility of convergence of nature. For the extent of industry and railway in the region, there is the possibility convergence of industry. And there is also a convergence of a space because of the destroyed buildings. And can also do this convergence in a sustainable way with the help of the sustainable development goal. But exactly what kind of architecture can help to converge these things and how? So we have a complex that used to be like this, but now it's destroyed as abandoned like this. For the design, we are going to look at the historical architecture of Iran. All these buildings with all their differences in their scale and their materials and their climates. Actually, use these 8 patterns. These patterns are actually the numbers of division and scales. Architects in the past would place these patterns next to each other and the dimension of land, and by placing them side by side. They would design houses, palaces, mosques, and in the middle of it, a center courtyard would appear, which is perhaps the most important symbol of Persian architecture. And I use these patterns for the design. The first space is the corridor, which is used for communication between spaces and has a radio of 1, 2, 3. The next space is the radio of 2, which are small scale spaces and are used as open and closed spaces. And they are useful for corners. The next space is the medium scale space, which has a radio of 3 to 3 or 3 to 4. And they are more useful for the room. The next space is the space with a radio of 5, which has a larger space than the others. These spaces are more useful for public spaces. The last space is the larger scale space, which is designed with a radio of 7 and is designed for gathering as open and closed spaces. The ceilings of the spaces are made of wooden beams in order to use local resources. And then spread these spaces among the destroyed section for 3 reasons. First, to perceive the remain of the destroyed walls, but not to protect the walls as before. The spaces are made of the remaining bricks of the destroyed walls in order to reuse the materials. And the rest of destroyed wall are covered with concrete. This is done because of the critical expression of the condition of the hundreds and hundreds of destroyed buildings that exist in the city and under the pretext of keeping the war-torn houses in the same condition all over the city. In fact, the new space is built with old materials and the old space is built with new materials, and the concrete part are used as benches and sitting areas. Second, to transfer the original form of the central courtyard. And the third reason, in addition to creating central courtyard design in the middle of few smaller yard around. In the next step, due to extreme heat in the southern part of Iran, need a canopy. If want to put a roof on their entire spaces, actually make a space very uniform. And if put a roof on each space separately, we will scatter the space a lot. So to not have a full roof or a few small roofs, the canopy are placed on the same small yards. For the canopy, we will go to more contemporary parts of Abadan architecture and use this type of roof, which can be seen in various uses of Abadan architecture. This roof can be made of iron and metal and create a contrast with the project itself. Or with a sustainability view, it can be covered with palm branches. But what exactly is the use of these spaces and what can be done with them? To answer this question, I thought about exactly which humans from the past, present, and future might use these spaces and what they might use them for. And I came to conclusion. First, each of these people is actually a human being who, when they were young, was a past human being and saw the war and lived through it. When they are middle-aged, they are a present human being and have experienced the post-war damage and grown up with it. When they are old, they will be a future human being and will indirectly feel the impact of the war on their living environment. Second, each of these humans belong to a generation of humans. The past humans are actually our fathers and mothers who saw the war and live in it. By today's, a human we mean ourselves, human who were probably born after the war but have experienced the post-war damage and grown up with it. But the future humans are about our children who will be born in the coming years, and after half a century of war, we probably feel its impact not directly in their lives, but indirectly on their living environment. So, in fact, these spaces don't have a specific use, and humans themselves must give these spaces a use and identity based on their needs. And this overall space for the main space of my project. But each space needs a series of micro spaces next to it so that they can complement each other and respond to more specific needs. To design these micro spaces, we will again look to our Iranian architecture, but back several centuries, and these architectures can still be seen in part of Iran. Chapars, a type of shelter or single room space that varies in shape, material, and construction depending on culture, climate, and texture. In these pictures, you can see some of these chapars that still exist, and they are mostly made of wood and plant fibers. I used the idea of these chapars for small spaces. Number one is a bird nest, a habitat for migratory birds. These small spaces are made with wood and iron. Number two is for fishing, a space for who earn their living through fishing and want to have a space near water and can fishing in the wetland. Number three is a parking. The wetland is a place for small boats to come and go, so they need a space to park and repair their boats. Number four is the market. Every area, when people come and go, needs a space to buy essential items. This space is more closed and there is the possibility of activity within it. Number 5 is the rest zone. Wetland is far from the city. People need a space to rest in the middle of the road. And with these types, can design a lot of spaces with different scales for different uses. And after that, divide them into the entire wetland. So this project can be defined in this diagram and can be read from both sides. We have two spaces, a war zone and a wetland, from the convergence of human, space, nature, and industry with the help of things like historical concepts, local resources, architectural types, and sustainable development goals. We want to achieve the goals of crafting cultural legacies, the convergence of the past, present, and future, and environmental sustainability, like using local and recycled materials, creating extensive shade. Social sustainability, like participating residents in the regeneration process. And creating a space that have flexibility in use. And cultural sustainability, like reading historical architecture and combining it with contemporary language. Transforming the destroyed space into a platform for dialogue and experience. Ultimately, this project seeks to show a place how this destruction can be linked to life, darkness to light, and the past to the future. This project is not buildings. It's a narrative, and a narrative of how a region can create a new and lasting legacy from its memory. And this was my project. Thanks you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Dana. Amanda, join me. Judges, you can now post your questions. We'll send it to Dana, and then before lunch, I will come back to you so that we can continue with other presenters. Okay, judges, anyone? Comments, questions?
Maybe you can just help me to congrats him, even though he can't do it, during this kind of tough ship. I like the idea on how he actually do the porosity concept, not disturbing the site. The last paragraph is very strong that he actually mentioned the...
Rin, can you talk slower? We're typing very fast now. Thank you. We'll try my best. I'll try her best. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, the last paragraph.
Okay, the last paragraph he mentioned this design is focusing on the narrative on how origin can create a long-lasting memory. So maybe we would like to know more about, or maybe just ask him to reply 1 or 2 sentences, how he can use architecture to demonstrate this thing apart from the thing that he showed.
All right, thank you, Reen. Okay, let us brief. Safir?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Of course. Yeah, this is a really, really powerful project, especially given the time we're in right now. The very fact that he's not able to attend, my thoughts are with his family, with his friends. And I think a lot of that shows through with the work itself. One thing that particularly stood out to me is how we think about monuments to war and memorializing war, and what better way to do that than the first typology, which collects the pieces of destroyed architecture and then translates that into a monument, casting it in concrete. I think that's really, really powerful. And I can imagine that, that would make a very compelling argument for any memorial to war or conflict down the line. I have a question similar to what you had asked about ephemerality and permanence when it comes to the structures, particularly for the second structure, the second typology. I'm curious to know his thoughts on whether the intention is for those to be fixed in one place or to be moved over time and transformed and evolved.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Hirante, Jack? Okay, wonderful. We have 2 questions. Thank you, judges. Thank you. Okay, we'll come back with his responses right before lunch. Next, I would like to invite Eric with his project Festival Knot from the Hong Kong Chu Hai College.
Hello. Hello, I'm Eric. I'm come from Hong Kong. I'm here to share my design to you. It's called Festival Knot. Did you ever go to Hong Kong or not know Hong Kong? What's your first impression of Hong Kong? I think most of people will think Hong Kong is a very modern city with many skyscrapers, a very beautiful night view. Also, Hong Kong is a very small place, so people are living so dense, so it only have a very limited space and very crowded. Of course, this is Hong Kong, but this is not Hong Kong. Is not only have this view. Hong Kong have more places. Like when you go over the mountain, go over the hills to a place called New Territories, we can see this. A very beautiful countryside, a very peaceful rural area, and this, a southern China style water village. We call this as Waichun. Waichun is one of a very special village type in Hong Kong or even the southern China. So it's mostly located in the northern area of Hong Kong, so it's New Territories. Mostly, they have separated into 2 types of village. One is the Hakka village, from Hakka people. They are mainly moved from the north part of China and come to Hong Kong. And then there is the Cantonese type in here. They are originally from the Guangdong area and come to China when few hundreds years ago. So mainly there are one clan in one village. What is clan? Clan is a very special relationship about the China. It's related to the blood relationship and also the family. So one clan they will have a same surname, and also will have will have some common religious or some activities together. So sometimes they will have a same religious and festival, and they have each village will have their own ancestral hall. Ancestral hall is a place to gathering the people to having some activities in here. So if some villages are having a same religious, so they will together to holding a festival. And this is some common festival of in the water village Waichun in Hong Kong. In one of my most impression festival is the Tin Hao Festival in here, the birthday of Tin Hao. Mainly this is a festival to celebrate the birthday of Tin Hao in here. Tin Hao is a maybe god, is to bless the fishermen of Hong Kong or a place to when they go to work, they can be safe to come back. It's very common in the southern China area. So usually they will have some of the activities in here. They will having a bamboo theater, to having a Cantonese opera, or having this flower troupe lordy. So in this year, I'm visit to the Tin Hao Festival that in my district in here. So it's very impressed me. Of course, this event, this ritual is very amazing, but it's not for me. the most impressive area is the gathering of people. So in the festival, I see many teenagers and elderly in the village. They are come out to holding the event together to cooperate with each other. As you all know, Hong Kong is a very busiest area. Some of the teenagers and youngers, and they will have their work. They will busy for their academics, so they will. And some of it already move out to another place or another district. But in that day, they put down their business, they put down their work, and come back to their village to holding this festival. So this festival is not only an event to celebrate something. This is a ritual, it's heritage for gathering people together in this busiest society, and it can interrogate the culture and the root of Hong Kong to let them know where they come from, why this city is like this. So, but unluckily, due to some fact, though culture may be declined in future. One of it is the urban spiral. When they deprove, and the government want to deprove some area, so some village will be disappeared because they need the land. Hong Kong have facing the land shortage problem, so now they want to deprove some more area in Hong Kong. Then when this village is disappeared, the culture also will be declined. So I'm living in my district, and when I'm young, they have a empty land in here. So usually in the Tin Hau Festival, so they'll have a bamboo theater to having this, acting the Cantonese opera inside this bamboo theater. But recently, this land have been taken to be built at a school. So the bamboo theater in the Tin Hau Festival, it need to move to a smaller land, smaller site to having into it. Another is the generation talent gap. And mostly this traditional talents is very hard to do. Maybe most of the teenagers, they're not willing to do this talent work because, office work is more comfortable, and this talent work can't make a lot of income. And also some of the politics is also affect this talent to be promoted also. And this some of the cases in Hong Kong. So maybe this bamboo theater I remember this year's this bamboo theater, some part of the structure already replaced by the steel structure because due to some reason there are lack of workers and also the politics problem. So this will cause the cultural decline. But if the culture declines, Hong Kong will become a very indifferent and very normal city with no any special and no any culture. And Hong Kong people will, in future, we will don't know where do we come from. But if we actually protect this culture, so Hong Kong people in future, they will know where we come from, where is our root, where's our culture come from, and also it actually can bring some economic effect for Hong Kong, yeah. Because this kind of the protect and activities can actually bring some people into the village and actually make the village be revived. So, to protest the culture, I decided a communal space for holding this of the activities, this event, this ritual. It's called Festival North. So, I choose this place as Tuen Mun. Tuen Mun is a new town of Hong Kong. This is due to the location is very special. It's like the junction of the urban and the village area. So it's very special. In the same district, you can find a urban area and also you can find a village area very near. So most of it, this area is very near. Inside. Upper the inside size, you can see the left part, yellow part is the urban area and the red part is the village area. They just separated with a road. So this is very good, easily to having a communication and exchange between the urban life and also the village life in here. So another reason I picked this place because Tuen Mun is my home. I live in Tuen Mun since when I was born. So I know Tuen Mun have a very special culture. So I want to protect this culture and don't want this culture to be lost. I don't want my memory to be lost. So I decided this communal space is inspired by the Himmer rock in here. And this Himmer rock is a very common elements in the traditional talent work in here. And the shape of the Himmer root is also inspired by the bamboo theater, the knot of the bamboo theater, and also the shape of dragon dance in here. So I hope that the some of the bridge, then they can having dragon dance inside in here. So this is the bridge, and I designed this bridge with the knot type. I want to let this place to be a connection between the urban area and the village area. I want this place can be function like a lot to connect these two areas together. And also I want these two culture, these two type of life can be traced together. Then they can input some energy inside the villages or villages area. So this is another bridge here. This actually have a wheel deck function. And this inside the bridge. This hall normally can become a places for the cruise ship, and also the villagers can come to here to have activities. During the festival, they can become to place the bamboo theater inside. So, and this empty area also can be a activities area, and in the event they also can having some performance inside this area. And also this is a dragon dance, maybe train line here, and also the flower tribulary can be placed in here. So and then because this area is so near to the country part, so I want it also can include the green area. So it's like the urban and the country area can be twisted together. So we need to respect to the nature. So we just integrate together. So I use lots of the sustainability elements inside. Some of this recycled wood, and I use the bamboo to be a temporary structure. So bamboo is one of the most sustainability materials of it. So and finally, I want to say that in Hong Kong, compared to other places, the history of Hong Kong is not too long, but this is very precious because in Hong Kong, if we don't have this culture, Hong Kong will become a very normal place. So I really hope that I design really can help to protect this religious festival, traditional festival in Hong Kong. So it's the end. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Eric. Judges, wait. 你要中文、廣東話、問答。
唔使。
英文 OK.
Okay, English is okay.
Okay, he's fine with English. Judges' comments and question. Reen?
I'll start first. I visit Hong Kong many times, and I personally like the way that the culture, activity, and event, because Malaysia also have some of it. But the strong part is your concept, which I love it a lot. You mentioned on the festival note, and everyone would know, Hong Kong is famous with the bamboo as a scaffolding for construction as well as for the event stage. But looking at your design, especially the architectural part, can you just explain to us why do you choose concrete? I assume it's concrete, and just green roof or timber deck as your main material, rather than look into the so-called cultural architecture, which you have bamboo and etc. Why would you choose that?
Because mainly the weather, the climate of Hong Kong is very wet, so maybe using the wood, the timber is not possible because the life will be very short life cycle. So you need to replace very frequently. Also, bamboo are using in some temporary structure, but the size of bamboo is can't using in the very largest structure. So I try to put it in it, but mainly the main structure is still using the steel and the concrete. Yeah.
I hope that answers. Anyone? 顾老师？
我想从一个很简单的方面去理解一下，这个建筑物本身是一个过街天桥吗？是一个人行天桥，对吗？这是
Technically, it's a pedestrian bridge.
Some part of it is it, but actually it's include the side of the activities area and also this the whole communal spaces.
OK， 所以你增加了天桥的宽度，增加了天桥的坡度，让它变得更加有趣，对吧
？Is it texturizing the pedestrian bridge so that it becomes more engaging and more inviting? Is that part of that strategy?
This one part, but yeah, this one part of how.
好，所以现在问题就来了哈。当我们有这个活动的时候，有舞狮啊，有各种各样传统节日的时候，它会变得很有趣。当我们没有这些活动的时候，它如果作为一个交通枢纽的话，它是非常的不实用的。这是第一个。第二个就是我其实整个那个 presentation 里面，我印象最深还是这个 bamboo 的这个建筑。就是那么它在某些时候它是会被重新在那个大的一个空间里面建起来，对吧？然后平时的时候是会被拆掉的，是吧？还有就是有没有考虑到，就是比如说我们其实，在马来西亚、在泰国也都是，我们舞狮的时候，其实街道两边会有很多的人。如果我们选择这个场地发生在这个人行天桥的话，其实从承重、从安全、从疏散各个角度，是不是这个并不是特别适合？我提一个反对的观点哈，谢谢。
请稍等，你等下可以 respond. So Jacques' response is yes, great during festivals. There's crowd that brings people, but what happened? Because if it also functioned as a pedestrian bridge on off-peak seasons, that bridge doesn't really work very well. It's not very efficient in that sense. But if you also look at it from a safety and evacuation point of view, when there's a large crowd over the bridge or in between the bridges, it also creates safety concerns. So it's up to you to debate with Jacques. And then also, he's wondering the bamboo installation that you talked about. Are they temporary installations, or they come and go, like modular? So there's two questions. So you answer the safety and evacuation concern, then you answer the bamboo.
Okay, thank you for the question. And also, mainly this area in normal days is the activities area for the nearby. They can doing some sport inside, or the teenagers want to play basketball or badminton or something. So for the side of this area, and also this bridge is only in the normal days is connect one big, one small area together. So maybe if someone need to cross the road to another side, they can use another method. They have, this one. They nearby have a crosswalk, so they can walk into it. But this bridge in the festival, they only can having a small of the a small dragon dance team to go in. But if you have larger dragon dance team here, so they can use the role under this bridge, and the viewers, the visitors can stand in this bridge to watching this dragon dance pass through the bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, but you're not convinced me.
Okay, it's all right. I mean, it's a process, right? I mean, you don't have to be convinced. It's okay. All right, Safir.
One, I really like that you've used a knot and blown it up in scale instead of having 500 tiny knots, which is what my instinct would have been if I used that as a point of inspiration. So I really like that you've done that and just turned that into your overall gesture, which I think is really, really successful. I think in response to your question as well about safety and evacuation, I imagine they would just be going back to their own neighborhood, so they wouldn't necessarily need to cross the bridge, right? Because it's connecting two different regions at the moment. And I also think, though, that the program that you have on either side, as you develop that, that's how you can create a successful bridge, right? You create 2 points of tension that have activity between them, and then eventually when they see, well, there's a lot happening on the other side, that's when the traffic on the bridge becomes more successful and more used. So I would encourage you to look at those as well as you refine the design.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Safir, for the comment, and thank you for the opposite of the comment, which is great. I mean, this is where we have our students think more as they progress career. Next, we have Pavitran bringing his project In Between Presence and Absence, representing the University of Moratuwa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pavitran. Stories. Here we go again. Today we heard a lot of stories. Since I was a child, I was always fascinated with stories and cinema. Even though, ironically, my first cinema experience was I'm screaming inside a cinema theater as a baby. When I grew up, I loved cinema, which especially told authentic, sensitive, socio-political stories. So when I grew up, I started to ask questions about how cinema and architecture can be the tools, the possible tools to narrate the socio-political narratives of the people. But why do we need stories? Why do we need to tell the stories? For a very small island nation, we Sri Lankans had a very complicated and sensitive modern political history. In this context, movies and monuments, cinema and architecture can be the tools to empower the political narratives of the people for reconciliation as well as the everlasting peace. But why these stories are very difficult to tell? Why these stories are sensitive? So this horrific war not only created soldiers and unimaginable suffering, but it also created multiple narratives and storytellers. This is a story about the people who picked up camera and chose to tell the stories of the people. This is a story about them, the storytellers. In order to understand a story, first we must understand its context. Kilinochchi is a small agrarian town shaped with war, conflict, destruction, and recovery. Surrounded by public market, public bus stand, and public school, and presently a military camp. The site is where charged memory as well as daily activities coexist. So in this context, in this particular context, our storyteller arrives. But today, he sees something different, something he did not understood. It's not a military camp, it's not a victory monument. It was something else. Intrigued. When he ventured into it, he came across a civic node where the narrative exchange between different generations, for example, from a school student to a distant traveler, happens. Now we are entering into the first chapter where memory becomes alive. So when our storyteller moves into the site, he notices survivor trees scattered all across the landscape. The survivor trees act as temporal markers and living memorials. When he is passing through the survivor trees, the grids of columns turns into this memory maze, which creates intimate commemorating spaces, but it also rejects singularity and monotony. So each journey and each pathway becomes unique and subjective. So when our storyteller moves through this maze, he reaches this earth mound, which seems to be growing with constant participation and plantation by the people. But this earth mound seemed to reveal some structure. What is this structure seemed to grow out of this earth mound? Now we arrive at a point where memory becomes a process. And he moves through the thresholds of the earth mound. He reaches the sunken corridor, where the outside seems to seep in. Through this ambience, he reaches the upper level. For the first time, he sees on the one side the forecourt area spaces which he already experienced, and on the other side, the curved walls carve out these discussion pockets into this linear corridor. So when he ventures into one of these spaces, he sees storyboards, mood boards, posters, props, discussions and debates, and more than anything, there was cinema inside. So what all these random spaces or random functions comes together, what is the meaning of all this? In order to understand that, first we must know a juxtaposition. When the horrific war destroyed the memorials and cemeteries, people couldn't rebuild them due to multiple political reasons. So what they did was they erected an earth mound out of destroyed rubbles as well as destroyed tombstone and planted around it and commemorated the memory for the past 17 years. So what they did was, literally, they made a presence out of absence. You cannot destroy absence. It makes the entire memorial process infinitely powerful. So this presence of absence cannot result in a singular monumental memorial, but rather a functional absent memorial, a place where memory is practiced, preserved, processed, and narrated. a cinema school. So now we are arrived at the chapter where the memory becomes action. When he arrives at the Central Cinema Plaza, suddenly the memory and stories becomes a celebration. This is the Cinema Plaza where the film festivals and public exhibitions and collective gathering happens. But through the explosion of elements, he notices something apart from the towering structure. It's a structure underneath. That is the prototype mobile cinema. This idea reimagines cinema as a cyclic process from memories to stories and cinema itself reaches the people, not the other way around, and people reinforce the story and memory. So this is a cyclic process. The multi-tiered system allows the reach of this program towards the underprivileged and faraway communities. The material and color palette is inspired from the thick red earth of Kilinochchi. The red clay bricks, the weathered steel details, all reinforce this idea of red as an action, just like Bernard Schumi says. And the white tarpaulin detailings accentuates throughout the design. The wartime adaptations have influenced the construction philosophy of the context. The layered construction technique have resulted in an architecture which is functional and yet intentionally left incomplete and ephemeral stage. Now he sees the towering structure. It's a point where memory becomes power. The tower is none other than a repository of narratives. It is a library for individual stories. So anyone can come here and record their stories in multiple formats without discrimination. So the cinema which made here will be made from individual stories, real stories. So when our storyteller records his story, the archives becomes full. So what happens is, when the archive becomes full, the structure allows it to be vertically expanded. So this structure is something growing from individual stories. One day, it will become the tallest structure of all of Kilinochchi, built from individual stories. It gives a poetic justice for the oppressed narratives. So ultimately, here architecture becomes an incomplete puzzle which requires constant participation and contribution from the people. It is not set in concrete. So all of this, for even a single mother story, becomes a higher art form of cinema, then we would consider this story a success. I am Pavitran. This is everything in between the presence and absence. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavitran. Judges, the floor is yours. Anyone would like to lead? Can I invite Hirante? You have something you would like to say? Yeah. Or comment, or I come back to you later. Oh, okay. Okay. For fairness, okay, you will be exempted from speaking.
I mean, I congratulate him for his work, and I've seen the project. I think it's very good. But let me give the...
Okay, we'll pass to my Edgar. Would you like to jump on? Oh no, okay. You okay? Okay, Edgar, thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's this correlation that you trace between the narrative of cinema and the construction of monuments in this case is really interesting. No, it's something that always caught my attention. This correlation between the complexity of developing a movie or a documentary in this case and the building. No, I think this correlation remains very well in your proposal. No, that each of the phases of the narrative constructed makes a lot of sense and brings together very well the project. My question was about how this correlates within a little bit more the immediate context, you know, because I think I miss a little bit this connection, no, between the immediate context and the building itself. If you can comment a little bit about that.
Yep. The site is surrounded by one side the public bus stand and public market and public school on 3 sides. But currently there is a military base exist in the context. So the site is already charged with memories. So essentially the designed forecourt area creates a plaza connecting between all these places, which can be adapted in memorial days or any on the special occasions through the grids of columns and survivor trees. Because here trees and everything is more than just the part of landscape, because people couldn't build any memorials, because the moment it was built, it could be destroyed. So due to that issues, they created this innovative ways to commemorate. So the site is already charged with memory. So with that layer, with that memory layer, I started with, so more than the cinema school, the forecourt area is the important one. But again, the intellectual layer into this whole process comes from the cinema school.
All right, thank you, Edgar. Thank you, Pavitran. Safir?
This is a really cohesive project, really cohesive. It brings together the understanding around film and literary criticism that goes into that world and bring it into architecture. I think is really strong. I also think about architecture as a form of experience and filmmaking, and they're very, very closely related. I'm from South India, where film is a really big part of people's lives, so I can see how that made its way into the project. I'm curious to know, can you talk to me a little bit about some of the form making that you've pursued? I'm curious to know, okay, I was checking if we were out of time, but we have time. I'm curious to know how some of those memories shape the specific forms that you pursued. I think the program and the intention is there, but I'm curious to know about what that connection is.
So the first and foremost idea of the design is that it rejects the conventional idea of a memorial or a monument, where the meaning is actually derived from the form or the built structure. It completely rejects it, because it moves to somewhere like an absent memorial, where the memorial part is done by the public activities and their participation. So this will be a memorial only until the people are charged with memories. So memories are inside them. The memories are not charged into these structures. So the form itself does not represent anything. The forms are inspired from the local context, and the earth mound is inspired from their activities and everything. So those things are not directly expressive of any memories. So that I was very conscious when I'm making the decision. I did not want to be the actor or the director. I wanted to be the camera. So it's the people themselves. So one day this will not be a memorial. This will just be a public plaza with the cinema school. So that is well my intention.
Yeah, I'll just take one last question. So I think in your project, the untold story is the main thing, which is carrying forward, right? And there are many untold stories among the community, which they cannot express and sometimes not acceptable, or so this allows the platform for them to speak. And can you just explain a little bit about how you have included this in the way the architecture narrates the inability to speak?
Thank you for the question.
Yes, that idea functions in 2 different elements. One is the repository of narratives. So every academic institution have a library. So the purpose of this library is to store individual stories. So this is like an archive. You can come and save your stories verbally and multiple technical ways. It can be stored in physical forms as well, in forms of objects or photos of their loved ones, anything. So that is one thing. And the tower grows with the individual stories is that one part of the program. But I think the most powerful part is the mobile theater. It is not only a theater, but a part of a program which allows the filmmakers or the students to travel to the story itself, to the communities, to the underprivileged communities, which were the very underrepresented in most of the films or most of the mainstream media. So that is what I think is the most powerful part, that storytellers reaches the people and people gives the story. Yeah, it can be. It can be. And the central cinema plaza, it's that scaffolding structure, ephemeral part, that skin that can be changed and posters and everything that can be constructed by the communities themselves. So that additional layers of ephemerality.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Payutran. Thank you, judges.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, one more before lunch. Everyone, let's push through. Next, we have Shakat with his project Hanging Garden of Malioboro from University's Gadjah Mada. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Shokat Fidausi from Indonesia, and today I want to share about my hopes and dreams about the cities that I love. But first, I think you need to know about what and why my dream is based on. Let me tell you about my city. Yogyakarta is a city rich of nature, culture, architecture, and history. This richness follows every step of people who live there in their everyday lives. The traditional Chukul house reflects a spatial hierarchy that connects human with nature and the cosmos. Traditional craftsmanship, batiks, carries philosophical meanings, patterns, and stories that define identity. These elements are not separated. They are organized through a philosophical axis that connects Mount Merapi, the city center, and the southern sea. Located between the powerful presence of Mount Merapi in the north and the vast Indian Ocean in the south. This axis, guided by the principle of Hamumayu Hayuning Bawono, which means to maintain and beautify the balance of the world. The city grows on a fertile land enriched by the biodiversity. Volcanic soil and this will create this biodiversity of flora in Yogyakarta and the surrounding. However, today this balance is increasingly under pressure. As the cities grow, especially in dense areas like Malioboro districts, green spaces has become limited. House of ground and green space becomes limited. A city that is philosophically rooted in harmony with nature, now gradually losing its ecological balance. And at the same time, within this dense urban fabric, there's a site that stands as a reminder of this shift. An abandoned parking structure, once built to support urban activity, is now underutilized. A structure that built in a land that's supposed to be a green spaces, now is planned to be demolished by the government. So the issue here is not only about the lack of green spaces, but also about how we deal with what already exists. Do we remove it and create more waste, or can we transform it into something that can restore balance between the city, nature, and its people? And to understand this, first, I begin with a site-based analysis. The design starts by mapping the potential and the challenge of the site. First, the site is strategically located near Malioboro and Tugu Station with a strong accessibility for the pedestrian pathway and the surrounding urban visibility. Second, the site is also located at the busiest district in Yogyakarta city. The Malioboro district is the most famous tourism destination, so the surrounding area will be very busy, fast-paced, and loud. And the third, there's a potential to transform the site into a green public spaces, given there is already a surrounding green belt, but it's unconnected. And also, the site also has a beautiful surrounding from the city view of the heritage building and the Adipura Monument Park, which is the city's monument of achievement. So from this finding, it becomes clear. And the threat is, because the building is closed and unused now, so it can be abandoned, so this building will create a negative presence and a visual degradation in the tourism spaces. So, from these findings, it becomes clear that the site holds both a problem and a potential. And for me, the challenge is not to replace it, but rather to transform it. So from this analysis, I came with a design visions. My dream proposed an experiment. What if the existing big and tall steel structure of the existing parking building is preserved, is partially preserved and not demolished, and transformed into a multi-layer park that suits the form and the vertical layering of the existing parking structure and turned into a living ecological museums. And in the future, I also hope at the same time it will help to envision a future where Malioboro district becomes a more pedestrian-oriented district, and its approach can be implemented and adapted to the other urban sites that facing a similar problem. So the first strategy, by adapting to the existing structure, I analyzed that because now it will turn into a multi-layer park, it no longer needs a completely massive steel and ramp. Because previously it used for a vehicle load, and then the excessive steel and ram is removed and the remaining is preserved. So the remaining ram is turned into a grand stairs. And the excessive steel is turned into a new attraction by responding to the view to the outside. So it's turned into a viewpoint, a hanging viewpoint to a certain area. Like this one. A satire, a view to Adipura Monuments Park. And to give a new life into this abandoned structure, natural material like bamboo is used as a space shaper to cover the steel column and used as a vertical plant-proof media. And also, bamboo is used to create a facade that showcases and representing the identity of Yogyakarta city's culture by using batik pattern as a facade pattern. And looking at the bigger context, I also designed a roof shading that matched the silhouette of the traditional Joglo houses. So for the summary, the abandoned structure is preserved and the existing steel is turned into a new attraction with the addition of a multi-layer shaded park. And to bring a new life, the bamboo is placed to cover the steel column, and also bamboo is used as a facade material. With the roof shading, so the hanging garden will be more shady and the temperature inside is decreased. From the pedestrian perspective, a plaza is placed as a main entrance for the Malioboro street, which is the city's philosophical axis. And from the different perspective, the batik facade will add a new visual aesthetic to the Malioboro districts. The second strategy, as a living ecological museums, this garden will showcase the biodiversity of flora from the land of Yogyakarta and its surrounding. And by responding to the site axis and people movement, a pathway is designed to connect all of the entrance and also adjusting to the verticality of the existing structure. This garden will be separated into 3 different layers connected through a series of stairs. Entering the garden, people will be greeted with a main plaza in the main entrance, and also in the inside space, there is a really series of relaxing spots where people can stop and go. Once a hard ground surfaces, now the ground spaces is turned into a diverse landscape, while the spaces within the steel beam and column is filled with a stacking colorful hanging garden. So the first layer is filled with medium to large vegetation. A series of endemic flora from Yogyakarta, Borobudur, and Central Java is placed in this garden so people can see and learn about the diversity of endemic flora from the land of Yogyakarta. And inside, people can play and picnic under the symbolic endemic trees while also learning and do a mini research about many different species of trees like kelapa gading, gayam, salam, and many more. And in the top layer, a hanging flower garden is placed so people want to go up and enjoy the verticality of this garden. So this top layer is filled with endemic flower like Merapi orchids, so it can be a more complete living flora museums. With a U-shaped seating on a roof, so this hanging flower garden is a perfect space to escape from the busy city life. By using bamboo as a column shape, like a flower, and as a facade, railing, and roof shading, the inside space will look totally different and be more organic, while also it looks totally different and more organic while becoming more shady, so the hanging garden is more shady and the temperature inside is decreased. And by placing a number of diverse flora, I also hope that it will attract fauna like birds to come and build a nest inside this garden, so it can be a home for local flora and fauna, like an oasis in the middle of the city. And besides shading, the bamboo shape as a flower column will cover the steel structure and use as a vertical plant growth media like vine and orchids, so it can be a medium for vertical plant to growth. And also, the use of bamboo craft will also preserve the craftsmanship culture of people in Yogyakarta and representing it in the middle of the busiest district in Yogyakarta cities. And to help irrigate the greeneries, a series of tensile roofing is placed as a rainwater collection media will be stored in a man-made pond that will later be used to pump and irrigate the greeneries or released to the river near the site. With a combination of water and rich volcanic soil from Mount Merapi, it will create a perfect ecosystem for flora and fauna. And by placing a multi-layer of green area, this garden will now have a more green coverage than it's supposed to be from the original sites. And after a new life is born inside this abandoned structure, I also hope that it will awake an understanding about the importance of knowing and preserving the endemic flora that's constantly decreasing to the heart and mind of people in Yogyakarta cities. And looking at the surrounding context of a green belt and a busy area, this hanging garden will be a new linkage and a place for people to relax, gather, play, interact in the middle of busy Malioboro districts. Located near the train station, this plaza will be a transit place for people waiting for public transport, so they can go from the train station and then wait for public transport in the plaza in this garden. And inside, people can just simply rest, relax, gather and interact with other people, or they can go to the skywalk and viewpoint to enjoy the city view from different elevations. And to mark the identity of this garden, yellow color is used as a focal point that shows the identity of Yogyakarta city itself. And in the future, I also hope that this hanging garden will be a new entrance to Malioboro districts when it's becoming a fully pedestrian-oriented district, and it becomes a new tourist attraction and can be extended to the Malioboro street when it's becoming a fully pedestrian-oriented district. So it can go from being a wasted and abandoned structure into a home for diverse ecological museums. And as a conclusion, this hanging garden is not just simply a park. It's actually part of my dreams that's shaped by an experiment to transform once an unused, wasted, absolute, and abandoned structure into a home for living ecological systems. It preserves memory and nostalgia and aims to restore the harmonious balance of human, nature, and the environment in one place. And also, it translates the Yogyakarta city's philosophy of Hamamayu Hayuning Bawono into a spatial actions. And to beautifying the world that we live in, first we need to understand the context, the culture, the history of the site. By using a naturally available material like bamboo, it can be a medium to breathe a new life and beautify its surrounding by using nature to preserve nature. This garden will become a new cultural legacy for people of Yogyakarta by preserving nature with local craftsmanship value. And as a young designer, I also hope that this experiment and dreams and approach can be adapted and implemented to the other urban site in maybe different part of the world that facing the same problem by using a wasted and abandoned structure and breathe a new life within it, so it can be more lively and not abandoned anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shakat. You can put your things here. Judges, the floor is yours. Anyone would like to start? Thank you, Reen.
It's a very broad idea that you wanted to implement this design to the other place. Well, I just have a few questions on the design that you implemented, because I'm not so sure about your whole project. You mentioned a living museum, but it looked like a garden to me. So how do you actually divide difference between how public come and how the private come? When you mention you have a mini lab, how does it work? Because the whole design actually look very open. It look like just a garden for me. And in terms of practicality, which you might want to think later, how can we do a maintenance for a building like this? What is your future plan? Because it's just like building a whole garden inside this abandoned building. What is your ultimate goal on this?
Okay. Actually, the most important part of this project is because it's named a hanging garden, so it's obviously a garden inside an abandoned structure. Why it's inside an abandoned structure? To bridge a new life. So it's not abandoned anymore, and it can turn into a garden, but it's not like a normal garden. It is a stacking a different layer of garden, so it can be more attractive, and people can go inside this garden because it's in a tourist destination, so it can be more compelling and more attractive, so people want to go there. And to maintenance, to help the maintenance, I designed a tensile roofing, so it can be a rainwater collection media that helps to irrigate the greeneries, and the water is stored in a man-made pond, so it can be to help the irrigate the greeneries. Okay.
Fellow judges, any other questions or comments? Hirante?
Because you're converting this into a garden, is it really necessary for you to keep the roof, or could it have been just the frame itself?
Okay, so the roof is used as a shading because in Indonesia, the climate is tropical, so it will become more shady with the roof, and people want to go and spend their time there because there's also a hanging garden in the top layer. So the roof shading will be a shading devices, so the sun won't come harsh in the hanging flower garden, so it can be more shady and the temperature inside is decreasing. And also it used also to framing the garden because the existing steel structure is just a box, so I think it can be more attractive if we intended a batik facade and also a roof shading that matches the silhouette of traditional house, so it can be also as an identity of culture from Yogyakarta cities.
All right, thank you. And one last question or comment. Anyone? All right. Okay, thank you, Shakat. Thank you so much once again. Thank you, judges. Judges, I would like to respond the two questions sent to Dana. The first question is from Reen about, can you elaborate more on how architecture can demonstrate the retention of memory? And his response is, spaces are designed for the indigenous... Guys, seriously. Did I connect somewhere? Whose phone? This is weird. This is creepy, actually. Okay. Anyway, can you guys triple check? Please don't happen again. I will cry. Sorry, where were we? The spaces were designed for indigenous people, and the memories are always there. Sorry, I recorded my own voice. Sorry. Not that one. I have no idea. How people view memories depends on a lot of things, but in terms of architecture, I think if you design a suitable, functional, sustainable space, and people use off space and it's useful to them, memories will form as the space grow. The second question from Safir is specifically on the second structure, whether it's fixed or whether it's movable. Second, spaces are borderless. They can be anywhere. They can start from the wetland and go all the way to the city. They can work alone or together, and they have the ability to develop and evolve. I hope that answers. So everyone, that would conclude this morning's presentation. we somehow gain back some time. We're not overly bad. So can everyone please come back at 2:15 p.m. Thai time? So you have 1 hour break. Lunch is at level 3 prior, where you had breakfast just now. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you in a bit. Judges, give me your score sheet. Oh, sorry, Amanda, give your score sheet to Amanda so we can keep it safe. Yeah, she's behind you, Edgar. Thank you, guys. Okay, have a good break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hello, 2.
Awards. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's settle down. Phone on silent. No alarms. Yay, welcome back, Hirante. All right, YouTube ready? Michelle ready? I ordered some random coffee. It's arriving later. Pop, when the coffee comes, if there's presenting, don't serve first, yeah? Okay. After that. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session of AYDA Awards 2025-2026. This is the architectural category, and our 12th presenter of today is Michelle with her project Reimagining Floating Future, Tanjung Aru Experiential Tourism Hub from the University of Malaya. This is where you clap. Thank you.
Test. Okay, all right. Good afternoon to the respected judges. My name is Michelle Voon from Sabah, Malaysia, a place that has profoundly shaped how I see community, culture, and design. As a Sabahan, Tanjung Aru has always been somewhere I return to, not just for its beauty, but the feeling it carries. In a region where tourism plays a critical role, Sabah has recorded 3.8 million tourist arrival in 2025, and the numbers continue to grow. Located just 8 minutes away from Kota Kinabalu city center and right next to the international airport, Tanjung Aru is Sabah one of the most iconic destinations, known as one of the best places to watch sunset. From its scenic coastline to water sports, coastal activities, and cultural festive where people gather and connect. All of this create a place that is constantly alive. On the surface, Tanjung Aru is thriving, celebrated, experienced, seen. But what is seen is not the full story. Just minutes away from the iconic shoreline lies Kampung Tanjung Aru Lama, one of the last Bajau coastal settlements in Kota Kinabalu. Honestly, I did not discover this place intentionally. It was during one day at the local market, a food vendor casually invited me over. And I thought, okay, why not? She brought me into their home, served me home-cooked food, and started sharing stories about the place, the people, and their life. That was when I first understood this fishing village was meant to be part of the tourism narrative. They even share how this concrete bridge has split the village into old and new. But it also became a vital link connecting their daily movement in between the sea and the land. And there's this one resident, Pak Nor. He had just caught fresh fish that morning, and he goes around the village selling them on his bike. And I remember thinking, I came here as a stranger, but they treated me like I'm family. And that moment stayed with me, because in a place where they have so little, they gave so much. A community rich in identity and generosity, deeply rooted in Bajau heritage. Despite its strategic location, this village exists outside of the tourism system. There is a gap shaped by disconnected urban fabric, fragmented nodes, untapped tourism potential, and inadequate infrastructure. And beyond this issue, there are deeper socio-economic realities. Many residents rely on informal income, selling food, goods, and daily catch, while limited local opportunities force them to seek work beyond Tanjung Aru. As a result, incomes remain unstable and seasonal. Younger generations are leaving, while older generations face limited access to long-term economic stability. And yet, the community remains resilient. Through the conversation with the local leaders and the residents, one thing became clear. They do not want to be relocated, erased. They want to be included and to be part of the tourism narrative. This project begins with the community. It seeks to reconnect the fragmented nodes, to sustain cultural continuity, to empower community, and to uplift resilience through architecture. Positioning architecture as a tool for reconnection, this project reintegrates Kampung Tanjung Aru Lama into the broader narrative of Tanjung Aru through community-based tourism. While the revitalization of this place is site-specific, it offers a pilot prototype that can be scalable to other future coastal communities in Sabah. Let me introduce to you Reimagining Floating Future, Tanjung Aru Experiential Tourism Hub. The design inspiration started with the Lepa boat. The boat, for the Bajau, it doesn't only represent the Bajau culture identity, but it is their lifeline for survival, movement, and craftsmanship. In the study, I also look into the dissection of the Lepa boat, from the boat component to the construction method. This has become the foundation of the master plan, not merely on its form, but its spirit as a vessel that carries craftsmanship, movement, and survival. This experiential tourism hub is now placed at the center, representing the keel of the Lepa boat. Surrounding it, it's a cautious zoning consists of commercial and residential area, while some of the existing homes are carefully rearranged within the village. From this diagram, 7 Bajau heritage component has revealed how intangible cultural asset can be meaningfully translated into spatial layout and architectural expression. Through the analysis, 5 core dimensions are formed, which has become the design DNA of the project. Let me bring you through this journey through the 5 experiential dimensions: movement, memory, expression, craft, and resilience. Movements becomes a form of cultural choreography. Starting the journey from Arrival Pavilion, you will next go to the Visitor Center. As you go along the axis, you will arrive at the heart of the project, which is Diom Luma, the experiential zone. The space then spreads outwards towards the flag-making studio, boat repair workshop, and floating dining. Last but not least, it spreads outwards to the entrepreneurial booth and some of the community activity nodes within the residential cluster. Every Bajau story begins on the water, and today I'd like to invite all of you to begin there with me. At Arrival Pavilion, there is no grand gateway, no imposing form, because the sea has always been home to the Bajau. As the visitors step onto the boat glides through the Bajau neighborhood. The journey is led by the local residents as their tourism ambassador, boat operator, and also the tour guide. From water, you will arrive at the visitor center. At the center here sits a real Lepa boat, not as a display, but as a live space, a reminder that this is their home and their livelihood. As visitors continue to step onto the interior spaces, the story of the community unfolds. How livelihood has shifted over time, how Tanjung Aru's cultural heritage has endured despite neglect and urban pressure, and how the local was once heavily dependent on fishing. And the inspiration of the entire master plan is inspired by this traditional Bajau house, where a sequence of spaces starting from Diom Luma, the main living space, the Sibai area for boat and fishing work, Kushi kitchen for the women, Jambatan, the utility space, and Pentan, the waiting area. All of these spaces are created through daily routines and interaction with the environment. This logic is then being translated into the master plan, where a central movement spine connects the site, while the spaces branches out based on different function. From movement, we move into expression. This is Diom Luma, the heart of the project. Practices such as tepomet weaving and tenduang craft are brought back into the heart of the community life. As the Bajau women gather to weave, teach, and learn together, cultural knowledge can be passed down from one generation to another. A two-story open plan with foldable partitions allow the space to shift in between cultural events, workshop, and informal daily use for the community. The space is defined by the parabolic roof, which is inspired by the Lepa boat, creating a large flexible volume for gathering and exchange. Adjacent to this is the flag making studio, starting the process from dyeing the textile to stitching, from assembly to drying the flags. For the Bajau, the flags represent their a symbol of maritime life and unity. Here, culture comes alive through the community, in the music, the play, the story, and the communal celebration. Community-based tourism creates a mutual exchange where visitors engage with the real culture and the community gains ownership and opportunity from it. Spaces extend seamlessly from outdoor to indoor, reflecting the Bajau way of living in between the sea and the land. The Lepa docks becomes a main gathering platform for daily activities and larger celebrations such as Regatta Lepa Festival. With Lepa boat decorated in vibrant sambulayans and ornament, showcasing the Bajau identity and why they are known as the most colorful tribe in Sabah. Craft for the Bajau, it is knowledge. It is how their homes are being built and repaired, and how the life on water is sustained through the boat. But today, this craftsmanship is fading. Fewer craftsmen continue boat making, and with it, the skills that define their identity are at risk of being lost. The boat repair workshop functions as a working space for the community, where the skills are being practiced, taught, and passed on through daily routines while sustaining the local as a source of income. Traditional tenon and dowel joint, which is used in the Lepa boat, are now being adapted into the building system. Timber members are connected through interlocking joineries, where interlocking joineries together with the dowel made by local wood belian, which reduces the reliance on metal fastener in construction. The timber joineries are being exposed in a way that the building can be seen and clearly understood. From core, we move outwards, where the focus shifts from space making to improve how the community lives. The experiential tourism hub is constructed using a similar local building practices, which is lightweight, easy to maintain, and easy to repair material. This continuous cycle of building and rebuilding reflects the Bajau way of adaptability and resilience. More than just creating jobs, this entrepreneurship booth brings economic opportunity back into the village, where people can continue to work, earn, and to learn from the community. Movement has improved through the clear circulation around the overall master plan, where while boat remain as the main transport, the elevated walkways support safe movement for walking and cycling around the site. Essential infrastructure is being integrated into the development and existing floating villages, such as clear separation in between public and private access, reliable electrical supply, access to water supply, and proper sewage system. Together, these upgrades directly improves the living condition, reduce pollution, and to create a more healthier living condition for the Bajau, where it is being achieved through the Sustainable Development Goals. aligned with AYDA 2526, Converge, Crafting Cultural Identity. This project turns fragmentation into reconnection, reconnection into empowerment, where Kampung Tanjung Aru Lama is reimagined as a place where people call home, and where architecture improves living condition, strengthens livelihood, and the Bajau identity. By working with the existing cultural potential and the way of building, this proposal offers the community for a better, more resilient future. Here, architecture becomes a bridge, linking people to place, past to future, and traditions to possibility. Because when architecture listens, culture survives. When community leads, legacy grows. When design converges with identity, we craft not just building, but future. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Judges, the floor over to you. Comments and questions. Anyone would like to kickstart? You guys are so gentle. Okay, Reen can start. Okay, thank you.
I try not to be the first because I'm also Malaysian. Just to clarify, I don't know her. I never been to KK, sorry.
I love the, thank you for clarifying. Yeah.
I've never been to this area. This is my first time hearing this. I like the whole theme and the concept that actually tie back to this year's theme on the cultural legacy. I just have one main question. You have explained to us very detailed, very thoroughly. Good job to that. We have looked into this design layout and existing site. Most of the housing there is actually very inorganic. I'm sure they actually built along the way, they increase along the way. But looking at your design, it's kind of like very solid and is in your design purpose, where you have this leaf shape of organization. How do you actually work with your new structure layout as compared to the existing organic layout?
Okay.
How do you balance between the old and new?
Okay. To me, why the leaf shape, the cautious zoning is being introduced at the first place is because the existing condition of the site, as A.R. Rian mentioned just now, it's inorganic, and then it doesn't have any framework or any building guideline to it. It never has throughout the research that I have studied when I was working on this site. And then this idea was actually being discussed and approached through the discussions together with the local government and the local leaders on the site itself. They felt that the current existing configuration of the site, where it is organic and then there is no any proper guideline to design the entire site, where it felt the disconnection in between the site, the walkway, and how do they approach the site. And then this is when this LEPA-inspired cautious zoning comes in, where it provides a organized framework at the center of the site, but afterwards, whatever that builds outwards, which is that I talk about regarding the commercial and residential zoning, it can follow back and to weave back into the existing organic kind of form into the entire master plan for future development. Yeah.
I hope that answers. 顾老师。
我觉得第一个还是要非常恭喜你，因为本来以为我们今天下午会很困，结果你第一个项目就会让我们眼前一亮，然后很兴奋啊。这个项目其实我觉得它的完成度、完整度以及可实施性的程度非常非常的高。然后我觉得刚才评委的那个问题对我来说，我觉得你其实已经解决了，因为其实你是用一个智慧叫做授人以鱼，不如授人以渔，对吧？其实你是在这个地方创造了一个目的地，然后来提高本地的一个旅游的经济，这样的话就慢慢能够提升当地居民所有的他们的这个生产以及生活的一个场景。我觉得非常非常好。那如果我们把这个项目当成一个真实项目，因为它确实很真实，我们可以再深入的再去考虑一下，那这个项目的它的 finance 这个组成应该可能会是什么样子的？ 就是谁来投资？那么投资以后怎么样能够反哺到我们所有的这个在地的这个居民？我觉得这可能是一个，其实我们建筑师从来都不会独立的去做设计嘛，他要综合性的去考虑这个问题。
Okay, thank you. So first of all, congratulations. You woke us up after lunch, which is wonderful. The project that you have created here have a very high level of feasibility and it's very realistic. It is possible to turn it into reality. And with sustainable tourism and embracing a community-based tourism, you are also improving the quality of life through income that is then, slowly streamed into the community. And what you want to consider is, as an architect, we are not only designers, but we are also mediator, we're also community builders. So do consider in the future when you're practicing, where will this investment come from and how will that investment be returned to the community for future development? That would be all. Thank you. Anyone else? Safir? Oh, Edgar. Both of you, take turns. No, don't fight.
Okay.
I'm just creating conflict. Edgar first then, Edgar.
Okay. No, I was just wondering when you were explaining, congratulations first of all on your project. It's very interesting. But I was just wondering, if you have thought about what the impact on the local community this is going to be, in order to not to become like the actual tourism attraction, this kind of clash or colliding, the natural day-to-day orderly way of living the local population with this influx of tourism. Is it going to be affected? Or what are your thoughts about, this kind of too much showcase, too much spotlight within the local natural day-to-day activities?
Okay. I understand your consideration, and then I have thought about this as well. But to me, this project, even the tourism part is being taken out, it still functions. Why? It's because, firstly, the architecture design is built based on the community needs. And then the culture, the practices that is already existing on the site, existing within the community. It's not something that is being fabricated or being added on afterwards. So even without the tourism, where I see the tourism as a supporting layer here, but the project is deeply rooted in the community and then what the community does.
It was the same question. I guess we had the same thing for lunch. So thank you.
All right.
Great job.
Okay.
Thank
you,
you,
judges. Thank you, Michelle. Congratulations. Next, we have Carol, who is going to be joining us on Zoom. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Carol for Project AFAC from MISR International University. Hello, Carol.
Hi. It's nice meeting you all.
All right. You can start anytime you want. All right. All the best.
Okay, so, yeah. Okay, good evening, everyone. It's me, Carol from Egypt. I'm so grateful to stand in front of you all, even if it's virtually. My project I'll be presenting today is AFAQ. AFAQ in Arabic, it means the thin line between the earth and the sky. And I believe that each architect has this thin line between him, the emotional one and the functional one. As you can see, this photo is taken by me from the site. As an introductory photo for the site, you will see more of this. So you can see that we got people who can build for themselves and build for their homes. Also, you can see in this photo how he can manipulate the building techniques, so he builds as an architect without being an architect. So the project is okay. This is the part of Ramlet Bulak in Egypt. It's one of the most unsafe parts in Egypt. It has a very high crime rates. And as you can see from this part is the abandoned factories. It's very coarse grain, it's very bulky. And as you can see, this part is the newest part. It's very thin. And as you can see, this very coarse, this very fine grain, the very small and dense scale plots. This is my plot for today and what I'm discussing for. So, as you can see, this is the most recent photo I've taken for this place. As you can see, the contrast between the towers on the behind of the small houses, they call it slums in Egypt, but I don't like to call it this way. So this incremental settlement, it's very narrow. With reflecting to the Nile City towers, it's very small, and it's having a very great contrast for the towers itself. So why are those photos taken pixelated? Because, as I said, those photos are this place is very unsafe. You cannot enter. And when I got to engage with them and take photos for the site, they were so afraid to let me in, as if I'm a stranger. So they don't want me to go in. So they call this housing techniques they do al-ishash. And this aisha in Egypt, it's like the nest for the birds. The birds do nests for their children. They also have this technique. They call it as a nest. So you can see that how the mother and father are building for their children in this land to live. And I want you to concentrate on this photo because it defines the grain I am talking about so much, so we will use it more after. Also, this is the life there. This is the contrast between people. So we're rising high towers and we're forgetting that there are people that living poorly there. So as you can see, this is the new streets built to make people happy, but definitely they're not happy right now because they build with not their activities. So when I got to search for the activities men should do, and why do I say men? Because women there are treated like second-hand human beings. So it's not the first degree, it's not the dominant one in the family. So mothers are the second place in the family. So it's not paid attention to, and the father is the provider. So men are having so many activities before 11th revolution. As you can see, they had to go to their work in the factories, they had a craftsmanship, they had workshops, but after they go to 5 prayers each day and they use the mosque, then after they use the spatial that's called al-kahwa, and this is a cheap place to sit in to drink tea and smoke in the culture of Egyptian people. So when they take the 6 meters from the street to do the parking of the Nile City towers, they demolished the part of the mosque and they demolished the part of the kahwa. So they are taking the culture from them. So this part of the place, it's been, and that's what gave me the idea of building through this culture. And when AYDA Awards is talking about the cultural conversion layer, I didn't put it as a layer in my design. I tried to manipulate the design to have each and every step taken from the culture conversion layers. So also we will go to Norman Foster's proposal. He gave a proposal to this Egyptian follow that he made this sketch to try to move vertically. So, but what I criticized in this project, it's very good and very good technique to solve this problem. But as you can see, he didn't bother to make people build for themselves. So he tried to build for them places, but he didn't think that with this Egyptian culture, people like to build for themselves, to build their techniques for what it's appealing to them to live in. So also, we can conclude a problem statement from all of this, that Ramlet Bula, this part, is having an overpopulation and then informal settlements. Also, it lost its identity for people to have craftsmanship because they went to the towers to work as a security guards and they left their craftsmanship. So also it's have the contrast between the high-rise buildings and this small-scale housing. And what I started to think of, what if I didn't start it architecture way, but I started the engineering way. And this engineering way took a place to put the guidelines for people to build for themselves. So I'm having people that builds how to embrace more their building techniques. So I wouldn't be building for them. They would build themselves. I'm just the architect, I'm the maestro who gonna put the guidelines for people. So I started with putting those frames, that structure that will manipulate the building techniques they are doing. So they are living in their places, but with my guidelines. So here is the smartness and how to build. As you can see that I need him to know when he will find this V or this X in the column, this is the end of the plot, so he should end it. So when he come to this part, he knows that this is the other end. And I will give him some small techniques to build with, so the frame will appear by this shape, this one, so he will see that when I have an X, it's the vertical we can go. So the structure is very clear and transparent. And this what's solving the problem of not having a drug dealing anymore. So there is no tight corners at the photo I told you to concentrate in. There is no tight corners to hide in anymore. So as if the structure raised the houses to 2 floors to make it clear to each and every one in the street. So no hiding anymore. As you can see, I started with making the main spine to make the maneuvering easily. I started to put the mobile learning hubs and the green landscape zones, culture and entertainment zone to give them the quality of life they need. As if I put together all the things that I need them to learn. And also the classrooms is very fit to the workshops, so they can interact with the people that have the craftsmanship and learn more. So as you can see, also I have the great bulk of the zoning for the residential zones and the main focus of the problem I have. Also, you can see that this ground master plan, it will have the workshops in each plot for each family, the workshops to revive more their craftsmanship. Also, it will have the landscape part, it will have the theoretical classrooms to learn more, it will have the seating areas, and it will have the mosque part and the entertainment zone. So as if I made this plan, they are building randomly, so I made them build their way, but I made it just more clear, as if my input as an architect to put just the guidelines, but to embrace more their talents. And this is the section. The story that the section tells is when we do this reviving the men activity I talked about, I revived it vertically, as I wanted Norman Foster to do. So this workshop's base, as past, men used to have the workshops under their residential parts. So I made this workshops, and when he finished his work, he go to the man zone, the kahwa, to revive more his culture and social intelligence. Also, we go to the private part that's residential for the families, and we go to the most private part for women, to embrace women more and to make them have an activity timeline as men. So this part is talking about the self-sufficient mezzanine to make women to do 2 things, 2 main activities she do in their day. The laundry, and it's a big part from Egyptian culture. Women also do laundry with each other, and it's like a social interaction with them. Also, the self-sufficient mezzanine is to plant greenery for the daily food they do. So, about the materials we will build with, I didn't have to dig deep because the materials are very clear from the site. He's having the techniques, so people there are having to build on concrete bricks. And you will see when I got there that he dig the wood and material in a liquid material that helps the wood to be stiff more, so it won't be bending anymore. So he make with it the stairs, and he can open windows, as you can see here, from the wood panels. Also, he can do his doors. So I will just help him with the abandoned materials in the factories that are abandoned in this place. And we have all the confirmation from the government in Egypt to do this because these materials are already dead. And Also, as my study diagrams for this project, I started to make the window is very narrow, just to give the privacy and just to give the sunlight. And they don't need more openings more than this. It's very sufficient for their privacy. Also, you will see that I made those stripes in the ceiling, this inclined ceiling to help from the sun radiation, and this stripes to give the sun to the self-sufficient mezzanine for the greenery part. And as you can see, this, what I'm talking about, the structure is transparent and clear, no more hiding and no more drug dealing in this crime scenes. So you will see how I put this plot standing out beside the old plots. So, I mean, when we go to a culture conversion layer, we don't have to put a layer in a culture conversion that says that this is a culture. But we should design each and every step we're having with culture. So we should revive each and every step with this. So in the rendered shots, you will see how people is interacting the same way they do, but they use the terraces in a more smart way right now. They use the contrast in a very smart way right now. You will see the selling part they do as if they are doing. So we're just embracing the culture. You will see the culture is more embraced, but not changed a lot. So I'm changing from this part, from this randomization to this guidelines. Also, this is the thin pattern I talked about and how this thin pattern could be changed to this more smart one. Also, that's serial vision for me to revive more how should people interact again and how they should revive their activities again. This also is the part of the mosque and the safety part of the ambulance they need there. So that's for my project. And one thing I needed to do is when I die, they remember me with the one who's building from people and to people. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you, Carol, so much for your presentation. Judges, the floor is yours.
Sure, I can start. Thank you so much for the presentation, and especially from dialing in from Egypt. We really appreciate it. I can see my own face here.
You can look at the camera.
Not to look at myself.
Okay. Yeah, so I cannot.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I cannot see you. Yeah, I can hear you, but I cannot see you. So.
Oh, we'll send you pictures. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay.
So I had a question about the intended activities that you had planned for the different users. You had mentioned that for men there were kahwa areas and some areas for smoking. I'm curious to know if there are any activities for women that you had in mind that were not domestic. So I think the two that you had named were laundry and gardening for food. Are there any other activities that you would want to introduce to this site outside of domestic responsibilities?
Okay, that's very interesting part. I didn't put the activities of women in the ground floor or because in the Islamic culture we're having, it's more of a private for women. So not most of the women go outside of the house. So what the social interaction they do, they interact with each other from the balconies or when they do laundry, because they all go outside to the sun and start to put the cloth on the stripes of the tails. So when you do this, it's the only culture they are having. So when I tell them, so I'm grabbing them to go outside and socialize more, it won't be appealing to them. So they don't need the underground activity. They need the activity they are learned to have, to socialize with each other in a private area. That's why I didn't put the activities downsided.
Yeah, I think the spatial organization is clear. I'm curious about the activities themselves, though. I think when I think about leisure, it's detached from the act of production for the most part, and I think that the act of laundry and for gardening, both of them are effectively service like acts of tasks that are assigned to them. And I'm curious to know if there are any other ones that are leisure or outside of their responsibilities that they would have access to.
Honestly, didn't have this in their culture, so I didn't put much activities.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Safir, for the question. Thank you, Carol, for the answer. Judges, anyone else would like to question or comment? Okay, Edgar, none. Jax, any? If there's any. Okay. Hirante, do you have any? Okay, Reen. Okay.
All right. First of all, congratulations for you for such a wonderful presentation, despite you are doing it virtually. I actually like the idea of you building a living space, which means the space will grow and change along the way, which is a very great idea. Just one question again. Looking at the site, all the buildings clustered around, they are all organic. Why and do you inject such a linear organization of the building into the space? That's the first question. Second question about sustainability and also construction system. Do you actually think of whether is it modular construction or your design is linear is because of this reason?
Okay, so as I understood the first question, we're about talking how linear and horizontal this differs from the organic shapes. I understand it right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this part is taken from the development of the government there that they are trying to do. So the linear parts you will see in the urban fabric I talked about, you will see that I reflected on them not to go out of the government league or not to go out of the country's league. So I want this to be very realistic to pay more to make it. So when I made this design, I want to make it very similar to what they are doing, just with more design. So I started to take this linear shapes to fill in with more families and more activities. That's why it's linear. And please, can you ask this?
The second question is
again?
about the construction system and how are you looking at it? Is it modular construction, and is it because of this it make it very linear and simplified on the system design?
Okay, now the system design or the structure is helping in manipulating the very modular spaces. So the father come to build above for his first big son when he's getting married. So why don't I make a modules to fit into this culture? Because when they want to do this, they start to gentrification horizontally. So this horizontal movement made an organic shape that they call it random in government. So when we will make it this module, the structure will go up and more vertical. So the structure will help. That's why it's modular. So one slot for one family. That's why I did this.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Carol, so much for your time. I hope to see you in person someday. Have a good day. Thank you so much for your effort. All right, thank you. Round of applause to Carol. Bye, Carol.
Thank you.
Right, our next presenter is from Japan, and he initially attempted to, the initial plan is he would present with a translator, but now he will try to present in English, then he will do the Q&A in Japanese, so we don't need a translation device yet. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Koki with his project, Gently Adding a Garden, from the Graduate School of Tokyo City University.
Okay, thanks. ありがとうございます。Can I start? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Koki Hori. Thanks for coming here today. The title of my project is Gently Adding a Garden. This project proposes a chicken coop at the boundary between the elementary school and the town. It is designed like a garden. It explores two kinds of relationship at the same time, between the humans and animals, and between the school and town. Rather than creating entirely new, this project aims to specialize the ordinary rhythms of daily life. So first, let me start with daily life in this space. It is elementary school, which I myself graduated from. And in the schoolyard, children play around during breaks. After school, this lively scene continued. During the school festival, children run as fast as they can. Also, teacher run. Please look at this video. This is footage me running. The kid wearing dark clothes is me. He did his best. Along the schoolyard, there is a path that connects to the school gate, and the further continues towards the nearest station. So there is one of the main circulation routes of this town, and there is a net that prevents birds from leaving the schoolyard, as well as a small chicken coops. As you can see, here the relationship of school and the town is very close to each other. However, despite this very close relationship, there is a divided by fence and nets. So, in many cases, Japanese elementary schools are designed to be closed off from the surrounding the town for the safety reasons and noisy reduction reasons, especially like this chicken coop to very close to the town. It is very it's to be disliked because of chicken's noise. But at the same time, Japanese content systems that foster relationships. There is a role such as shikugakari in Japanese, and the mean is animal care team. Children take turns each week feeding chickens and cleaning the chicken coop. And there is roles such as cultivation team, run team, and cleaning team. In Japanese elementary schools, the environment is maintained by students' own actions. Also, the students learn about the history of chickens. In the past, chickens are raised in the backyard, like the garden. So it was common to receive them eggs and eat them meats. These very close to relationships makes expression of gratitude emerged, such as itadakimasu and gotsusama. It is a very polite expression word before and after eating meals. Based on these observations, this project reconsider about the idea of boundary. Instead of treating it as a line that simply separates, it is understood as a thickness that generates relationships. By placing the chicken's garden alongside human circulation passes, the presence of chickens will be brought back into our lives. First, I considered how to create relationship between humans and chickens. A fence is placed between the human and the chicken's activity spaces, but it's not meant to be a solid wall-like separation. The fence is semi-transparent, light boundary that allows sight to pass through, and a new awareness to be felt. It creates a relationship of gentle coexistence, where both parties are aware of each other's presence. In other words, the boundary does not block all things, but creates distance while maintaining relationship. Furthermore, by slightly lifting the netting of the fence, the human and chicken spaces are enveloped in the single sagging net. Here, separation and connection coexist. Next, I expand this relationship into a special context, focusing on the existing netting and utilizing its soft, swaying properties. I changed only the way it's stretched, while keeping the structure position the same. In particular, at the point where passes merge, I slightly expand the netting towards the schoolyard, as if pushed by the flow of people and flow of the window. This creates a slightly twisted, elongated space images between the school and the town. This is a boundary form that naturally arises from the relationship itself. As the boundary gains thickness, the structure system also changes. Previously, a boundary was defined as a flat surface. Now, it becomes three-dimensional structures. By introducing wire-based bracing, forces are distributed more efficiently by the three-dimensional truss. So allowing for columns to more thinner. In this garden, I designed a structure that can be accessed from anywhere through the pillars. The structure itself supports the very nature of the boundary, the very nature of semi-transparent boundary. It makes the entire space more transparent. To support this very transparent structure, the wall storage space is introduced. Here, furniture is designed at the scale of children and the scale of chickens, so that they can independently clean, feed the chickens, and take care of the space. There, fences save as storage for tools or even for local tools outside, further enhancing the local environment. Next, I focused on the ground within the net covered space. In the schoolyard, children play every day, leaving footprints that constantly change. At the same time, the shadows of the net move across the ground. These traces are not fixed. They are gradually rewritten by human actions and natural forces, such as rain, wind, and sunlight. In this project, the ground is treated as a screen that reflects these changing traces. For this reason, the gravel used here is not new, but borrowed directly from the schoolyard. As a result, the footprints of them continue seamlessly into this space. Finally, the adjacent garden is also considered. Chicken manure and foreign leaves can be used for fertilizer, creating a new ecological cycle. The net may also support climbing plants, further integrating natural process into the space. Here, plants created by the ecosystem. As you can see in this drawing, you can feel the presence of other students who play nearby. Now, let's consider how this place will be used over time. This place is not intended to be limited to the specific use, but rather is envisioned to be used in various ways as an extension of daily life. After school, it could become a place for children to play, and perhaps a place for local people to cultivate plants. It could also become a gathering place and a hub of activity during local festivals. Daily activities such as feeding the chickens and tending to the field will overlap with these slightly more special events in the same space. This place, while being part of the school, will also become like a garden open to the town at the same time. In the morning, chickens call, the human pass by, and the student runs through this space. Their traces, along with the shadows of the net, overlap even as they fade, quietly remaining in this space. Here, place is not a fixed form, but something constantly updated by human actions and natural forces. Within this environment, human and chickens, the school and the town gradually reconnect. So, gently adding a garden is a proposal to capture these rhythms of daily life and expresses them through the space. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you. Judges, I will need you to wear your translation device as we'll do the interpretation in English to Japanese. Hi. Okay, ready? All right, judges, open the floor for questions, comments. Anyone would like to start? Edgar?
Well, congratulations. Hi. Congratulations on your project. It's very interesting to start seeing architecture beyond only the human scale, no? And integrating some other interspecies architecture, which I think is very interesting to find out here. That was just a comment, but my question would be if you had to think about how would this escalate, if it, or is it just a singular project for a specific site, or if you have thought about, you know, this becoming sort of a system so you can implement it in different sites and conditions.
考えているのは、
Right. What I'm
日本
thinking
の
is that I can't hear him. Sorry, I can't hear him.
Can you hear?
Do you need us to repeat the question?
Sorry, I can't hear them.
Can't hear, okay. Hi, ちょっと待ってください. Okay, hi. Okay.
Right, could you... Here, it's going to expand. Yes, that's in my head now. Yeah, I'm thinking about expanding it. For example, in Japan, in Japan, right? School in Japanese school, and let's say between school and the tree, maybe there's a net in between, right? Also, the children or chicken. Yeah, actually, it doesn't end with chicken and kids, right? This is more or less maybe, the safeness. Let's say the school is actually fenced because of the safety, right? To secure the safety. But then I think that by designing this kind of a border rather than border, but that border allows you to go in and out, right? And this is something I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about this solid wall that you don't know what's happening on the other side. It's more, let's say, fluid kind of fence. Yeah, you think about.
Okay, I hope that answers. Anyone else? 顾老师? Okay, we'll do Chinese to English to Japanese. Okay. No, it's fun. Come, 来老师。
对，我其实没有问题，我是觉得这个方案看上去非常简单，但是我看到了 gently 这个字，我觉得它有一颗非常柔软、非常有爱的一颗心。我觉得我们的建筑师应该都要有这样一个对万物都能够有爱心的这样的一个态度啊，非常感谢。
All right. So he doesn't have a question, but he does have a compliment. Your project may look simple. Okay? Your project may look simple, but the word gently brings a lot of warmth and kindness. And he thinks we need more architects in the world like you, who is very gentle and very kind. So thank you so much for sharing. Hi. Okay. Anyone else? Safir?
Yeah, I want to echo that comment about, this is a very, very thoughtful piece of design. And I think that's where Edgar's question is coming from as well. I'm curious to know, where can this be scaled? What are some additional interventions that this current situation can, where we can apply more of your methodology to those solutions? And I'm curious to see where this goes next. Do you have any thoughts of how you would apply this for other uses?
Right, so there are many things there, the brick wall, and also, but probably there's something that they have no wall, no boundary. But there is, right, there's no boundary, but there is invisible boundary or invisible, let's say, border, right? This is more vague, right? If you build something, there's a wall there, there's a fence there, right? And it was separated. But then, of course, even if you don't see them, there are some invisible boundaries. And by taking that invisible boundaries away, I think we can expand this idea to more wider, let's say, world.
Hi. Arigatou gozaimasu. Okay, that would be all. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges.
Arigatou gozaimashita.
Wonderful. We have 3 more to go, judges. Next, we have EJ with his project Banuas Laut, and he's representing University of Mindanao. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to EJ.
Have you ever wondered what would happen when people of the sea are forced to live on land? Hi, my name is Jay, coming from the southern part of the Philippines, and allow me to tell you a story of people who were once warriors of the ocean, cradled by waves that knew their names. They breathed with the waves. They moved like currents, and they took only what the ocean could give. For them, the sea was not only their homes, it was their life. The Filipino Sama Bajau, people shaped by the sea, where land is only a passing ground, homes on slender stilts, rising above seawater, built from reclaimed wood, rope, and fragments. Light enough to move, flexible enough to survive. To some, these homes may appear fragile, but beneath them lies a deeper understanding of resilience. And in their culture, stability is not stillness, but one's ability to flow, to adapt, and to endure. What others see as lacking, they understand its balance. And in that balance, they find a life that does not seek for more, only to continue. But as time moved forward, the horizon began to change. The waters grew silent and fishes started to disappear. Great walls rose and pressure from armed conflict forced them away from the waters they once called home. They wandered through the crowded streets with their songs unheard and their stories forgotten. When the waves no longer hear their songs, who will speak for them? What we are witnessing with the Sama Bajau is not just a loss of livelihood, but a disappearing legacy and perhaps one that mirrors the quiet decline unfolding across our ocean. What seems local is actually part of something larger. Global aquaculture growth has dropped dramatically over the last 2 decades, especially in parts of Southeast Asia, including Indonesia and in Malaysia, where environmental degradation persists. Bringing this close to my hometown in Davao region, the local production has declined by 20.3% since 2022. In fact, the situation has become more critical that fishing activities in the Davao Gulf are prohibited for 3 months every year, allowing marine resources to recover. Numbers alone do not tell stories, but when they begin to intersect, they reveal pressure that ripples through communities. Where environmental degradation continues, social instability also follows. And among those who are pushed to the margins are the Sama Bajau people. But here's what makes the Filipino Bajau story different and more painful. In 2013, a siege in Zamboanga City by the Moro rebels has turned many communities into ash. Hundreds of Filipino has fled, but the Bajau, they lost more than their houses. Their boats, their only inheritance, were shattered. The person you see here is Badul Kati Amilhani, a local Sama Bajau who was once a fisherman. Now, travels across cities in Davao region with his son, performing with improvised drums as a means of survival. To take a Bajau home is to take their life, because for them, home was never land. Home was the rhythm of tides beneath their feet. And when you take their home, you are not only destroying wood, you are drowning people on dry land. While other Bajau communities face a psychological decline and exclusion, the Filipino Bajau carries an additional wound, the scars of armed conflict, then labeled as beggars on streets they never chose to walk. This is the difference, and this is why the design intention must speak not only to the ocean's collapse, but to the violence that drove them ashore. A community once defined by stewardship is now being defined by survival. You see, when change moves faster than people can adapt, communities are left in between, unprotected, unseen, and struggling to keep pace. Yet, within this shift lies a turning point, a call to respond, and as a designer, we are given a moment to reclaim what is being lost. Ladies and gentlemen, from coastal realities, I present to you Banwas Lawud, transforming informal settlements into a resilient metabolic aquaculture community. The site is located in the Samar Islands in the Philippines. It is a coastal community directly connected to the Davao Gulf, an area rich in marine potential, yet increasingly vulnerable to ecological decline. The site reflects the realities of many shoreline settlements today. cyclical rebuilding after storms, deteriorating steel structure, and informal fish trading. To address this issue, the proposal is guided by 5 core design strategies that shape the community holistically. These are the marine cultural identity, climate adaptive design, aquaculture resilience, sustainable materials, and the closed-loop system. This strategy ensured that Banwa Salud is not just a housing intervention, but a regenerative coastal ecosystem where culture, livelihood, and environment are interwoven into everyday life. The design concept draws inspiration from the scallops, or locally known as the NIPSEA. They formed layered shells where each layer is a response to its environment. In the same way, Banwa Salud builds layers of resilience, layered economy, layered ecology, and layered community. Translated into 4 key design dimensions, the residence, which consists of community dwellings, culture, provide shared space for the community can gather, economy, which supports maritime and sea-based livelihood, and ecology, which nurtures both people and place. Together, they form two primary zones, the social residential zone and the productive coastal zone. This creates a unified system that reflects how the Sama Bajau live, work, and belong to the sea, anchored in the vision of Kaisa Nubanwa and Pangandari Laud. The site currently accommodates an average of 100 coastal households, requiring both resilient housing and community-scaled infrastructure. In response, the first dimension introduced a cluster dwelling organized around a community core. It composed of the Halepa housing units, the community circle, and the central community garden. The Halepa housing units draws inspiration from the traditional Sama Bajau houseboat, symbolizing their adaptability, mobility, and their connection to water. The thatched roof also reflects the Filipino Bahay Kubo, while their sweeping silhouette also echoes the pre-Islamic form, a shape that remembers. Designed for an average of 5 family members, elevated enough for flood resilience, naturally ventilated, and constructed using locally adaptable materials. It also integrates the gravity-based water system that provide passive water supply. And lastly, a personal boat docking system reinforcing the relationship with the sea while also supporting emergency preparedness and mobility. At the heart of the housing cluster is a community circle, a shared space for the community can gather and sustain cultural continuity. The circle has the community garden, the activity ring, and the bamboo nursery. At the heart of the structure is a community garden. It grows herbs and fruit-bearing plants that supports food security. It also integrates the rainwater harvesting ring that filters, collects, and redistributes rainfall to the garden naturally. Moving outward, the activity ring forms an elevated social space where the community can gather, interact, and host cultural events within an open bamboo structure. And lastly, a bamboo nursery which cultivates a variety of bamboo species, later transplanted to coastal soil and eventually used as a sustainable building material for community homes. Meanwhile, an abundant sea-breeze bamboo found within the vicinity is also utilized as a living natural screen that provides passive cooling throughout the circle. Rather than a relic, it becomes a bridge connecting pre-Islamic forms into light, breathable, and modern architecture. So with the first dimension established, how can this stability support economic sustainability? Here is where the second dimension is introduced, an aquaculture-based livelihood hub that supports marine life and organizes marine works into a resilient system. The structure is divided into 4 parts: the avian observation tower, the community processing and trading center, the metabolic aquaculture hub, and the harbor docking station. The hub ensures a balanced flow and efficient circulation within the structure. It also adopts an octagonal form with zones strategically arranged. fish at the center, seaweeds at the perimeter, and shellfish along the edges to optimize nutrient cycling. This system also applies the integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, which allows multiple marine species to coexist. Through this, waste becomes resource and pollution becomes productivity. At the center of the hub is a community processing and trading center, which the marine products are gathered, processed, and traded. The proposed facility ensures that value addition happens within the community. Adjacent to this is the shellfish cultivation zone, dedicated to the sustainable growing and harvesting of pearls and shellfish. This dimension forms a layers of living system that support both people and nature. It also integrates the gravity-based water system that supplies its facilities. And finally, the avian observation tower serves as a lookout for area security, environmental monitoring, and storm surveillance. To connect all of these facilities, a shaded elevated walkway ensures a seamless movement across the community. And lastly, the design gives back to the environment. A reef-inspired foundation supports marine life while also acting as a natural wave buffer that reduces structural stress. Economy, ecology, and identity intersecting in one hub. Banwa Salawud envision a future where Sama Bajau knowledge becomes the layers of resilience, where survival becomes stewardship and tradition becomes innovation. It imagines a community where children raised above the waters that sustains them remain connected to their heritage. Banwa Salawud is not just an architecture with the sea, but an architecture by the sea, where aquaculture is not extractive but sustaining, where housing is dignified and identity is strengthened. Through this project, children once lost to the streets are returned with dignity, livelihood, and belonging. Because when people are anchored to purpose, their future no longer drift. This is the future where a child whose father's boat was burnt can one day launch a new boat, not to flee, but to thrive. Once again, my name is Jay, and this is Banwa Salawud. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Judges, over to you for comments and questions. Anyone would like to start? This is the hardest part of my job today, getting someone to start. Thank you, Safir. Oh, okay, Safir, then Hirante.
Sure, this is a great project. Hello? Okay. Yeah, this is a really, the structure is so complex and really well executed, so well done there.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. I have a question for you. So the informal community where do they currently live? Are they living in the city right now, or are they living along the water?
There's actually an existing Samabaja community in that site, but others tend to be displaced and live on travels across the cities and making their livelihood as beggars. So that's what.
Okay, because I was curious to know if they would be familiar with this environment. It seems like you would need to have some pre-existing knowledge around how to live alongside water and how to, operate with boats. And I'm curious to know if that's something that you had considered in the design when they're being introduced to this environment.
Yes, I actually considered that so that I can integrate integrations that seem familiar to the communities, and I also all the integrations here are ensured to be tailored, that it tailors the needs of community and the context of the problem.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Jay. Hirante, please.
Thank you.
Yes. Very quickly, I mean, it's a great project. The one thing I want to know is bamboo a traditional material in this locality? Are people used to building in bamboo, or is it something that you're recommending as part of the architecture?
Yes. So actually, other bamboo are endemic in that area, was utilized as a building material for the existing community. So I just find an integration that cultivates the bamboo so they can produce it and cultivates on their own to sustain their community homes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, excellent. I think the sustainability curve in this project is really good, particularly that you grow the material, right, which has to be used. And also your thing of the nutrient into the water, like using the oysters and, this layering of understanding the layering of ecology is I think really excellent. There is this balance of understanding nature and what you bring into the project as an architecture are moving really well together. So, yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hirante. Anyone else? Rin? 顾老师
OK， 我还是继续刚才bamboo的问题啊，因为我仔细看了一张它前面的一个结构图。它这个从海里升起来的这个主要的支柱 main column 也是bamboo，那从实际使用角度来说，应该不是很现实，因为我其他其他的一些梁和屋顶的一些结构，如果是bamboo，时间长了它可以被 replace， 可以替换，但是这个主要的这个结构的话，用bamboo应该是不合适的，这是一个技术问题。然后这个方案其实从我一开始看到封面的时候。就让我想到我们今天下午第一个选手，就马来西亚的这个选手，他其实都是海边的渔村，然后都用了比较相似的船型的这个屋顶的造型。只不过第一个选手呢，他选择用很轻型的介入的方法，只做了一个游客中心和这个市场。然后呢，他把这个周边的村民的这个村子的他们居住环境丢给他们自己了，对吧？让他们自然的去改善。那这位菲律宾选手呢，他选择了是把整个村子，我觉得就像建一个新的这个阿凡达的一个世界一样，建成了一个未来的我们看到的一个海上渔村的一个景象。但是可能它里面真正的核心生活的业态以及生活的状态还是维持以前的状态，甚至我看到最中间还有个瞭望塔。就是比较老的村寨的这个形式啊，那么我觉得从经济的角度，还是从经济角度来看，就是要改成这样的一个村庄的话，它其实是需要蛮多的投入的。那么这个项目如果是应该从哪个角度去评估它？它应该是个商业项目吗？还是它应该是村民自发的，就是回到我们的渔村的这样的一个计划？那么如果是回来的话，他们的这个房屋的意见性，他们的成本这方面是不是有考虑过？问题比较长。
Thank you.
All right, it's a very long stretch. It's an extension. So the question starts from Hirante's comment on using bamboo, and you talked about being endemic. But what Jack looked at is realistically, when you have foundation that's underwater and it's bamboo, realistically it wears off quite easily. So in the long term, it's not sustainable. If it's the rooftop or things above the sea, then you can replace it easily. Yeah. But to go into the ocean where salt content is really high, then that's something you want to think about it from a technical point of view. Then the second part is when he looked at the cover page, both your project and Michelle's project are both by the seaside, very similar with communities by the sea. However, Michelle's approach does allow the existing community to kind of develop how they want to live organically, and their livelihood gets improved on their own efforts. And yours would be more like Avatar-like, where there's a lot more futuristic approach. However, the livelihood stays traditionally is still there. And I think his challenge is, have you ever thought about it economically? It's a huge investment to do something like this. So do we, in your perspective, in your best case scenario, is this something where the government comes in? Is there where private corporation comes in? Or is this something where the local community have to be funding themselves? So where does the actually come from?
Yeah. So, okay. So the funding is actually could be funded by the LGUs or local government unit and other NGUs or non-government unit. Also, the funding could also be sustained by the aquaculture hub, which they sells the gathered marine products, so they can sell it to the people outside the communities. So, that's what that will be.
Oh no, I'm worried that he got shocked by the bell.
That's okay.
I hope that answers part. Yes, Heranti, of course.
I'm trying to answer his question.
Sure, I like how you're answering on his behalf,
No,
but
not
sure.
on your behalf. I'm just wondering, is it possible for you, like, I mean, this is a complete project, the whole village, but they could come up with a little bit of funding, so maybe one pavilion and a small arc of this can start.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And then it can slowly develop.
It sounds like Five of you wants to invest. Sure. It sounds like you want to invest. Yeah. Please talk to Hirante after this.
But the comment on organic is very important. So when you're designing, maybe you don't really have to think of being absolutely complete with the geometry, etc. Right? Because your project has a lot of interesting aspects to it. So think about it in a more realistic way. That was a really good comment.
Yeah, do bring this conversation to the judges offline, because I think a lot of them have experience dealing with situations like this. Yeah, okay, so I think it's a really good lesson for you. Thank you, Jay, so much for your presentation. And thank you, judges, for elevating AYDA into a Shark Tank. I'm like, am I in the wrong program? Are you pitching for $2 million here? All right. Okay, next we have two more to go. We have Sivani with her project Rethinking Urban Housing Density, and she's representing Vadia Center for Architecture, Mysore in India.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sivani from India. So I'm sure most of you would have come across housing advertisements that promise a certain lifestyle. Images of vibrant families, shared spaces, and a sense of community. But just how often does that image truly reflect the reality of housing behind it? This project, Rethinking Urban Housing Density, is located in Hyderabad, a rapidly growing city in India where high-rise housing has become the dominant model here. And the housing form is shaped by a bunch of policies that prioritize vertical growth. One such policy is that of the unlimited FSI. Unique to the city here, it allows for the buildings to go taller as long as certain setbacks are maintained. So this causes an excessive construction within limited land areas, and it puts a major strain on civic infrastructure, especially in the city's core. Another such policy is the 3-meter gap, which is mandated between the units for ventilation. Yet in reality, what happens is this becomes a simple vertical void between the form. And in most cases, windows face blank walls. So this is how a typical builder would approach the site. Maximize the built-up area, cover the site up completely, and landscape simply occupies what is left of the site in the offsets. So all these factors put together, they produce generic high-rise housing across the city, cookie-cutter designs that prioritize exclusivity and widen the gap between individuals. Housing is treated more as a commodity, a product to be bought and sold, rather than a social good that supports diverse environments. So the challenge here was to find flexibility within these existing bylaws and policies by capping the FSI for a more balanced urban form, by adjusting the voids to see if this common space between the units can be actually used for something instead of just being a simple void, by diversifying these layouts to cater to a more bigger user group. And in his book, SMLXL, Remkolas talks about the theory of bigness and how beyond a certain scale, the block simply is an extrusion of the site and it takes the shape of it. And mechanical connections like lifts take importance over architectural connections like staircases. Same phenomenon is observed here in Hyderabad, where the same typical unit plan is multiplied across the site. Coming to the site itself, which is located in Durgam Cheru, it's one of the main city's business districts. And its proximity to workplaces makes it an ideal location for housing. Yet most nearby apartments are 3 BHK and 4 BHK structures. Again, the same typical plan that generally caters to the nuclear family structure. And beyond a certain height, these projects also come with excessive construction costs, which makes it lesser accessible to other family demographics or younger professionals newer to the city. So this is a case where housing in the city center itself becomes inaccessible. It's not made for the people. And this is, again, what is being advertised versus the resultant, which is an indistinguishable tower from countless others in the skyline. But it wasn't always like this, as the house form evolved around shared routines, and community was an inherent part of everyday life. Here, the transitional space wasn't just an in-between zone, but this is where life unfolded, whether it be cooking, eating, sharing meals. This is where everyday life unfolded beyond the house. Conversations, news, gossip spread throughout the community. And with varying climates, this veranda took on different forms and sizes throughout the country, while again maintaining the same function of holding the community together. So we see in modern day housing context, which is missing, the disappearance of this veranda, where there's a clear divide between the private and public. And across geographies for that matter, traditional housing was never just about shelter. It was a response to how people used to live, gather, and adapt to the climate. It was culture. And across all these examples, we see the common spatial reasoning of the shared space, where activities could spill out onto this. What replaces it today is not just uniform housing, but also it results in isolated ways of living. In response to this, the project seeks to humanize this density, to design density and community as a part of a system rather than two separate things. So various factors were considered from macro to micro, all these policies influencing each other at various stages of the design. And the exploration itself began with models from the smallest scale. So the relation between the units and the corridor, how it could intersect with the facade. At the massing level, voids were brought in to see connections in section and elevation. Finally, all these elements added up to the larger scale, where connections were brought in vertically. So this bottom-up approach starts at the unit level, where multiple influencing factors were considered. So these scales range from 40 to 120 square meters, sizes that are again generally not available in the market, and this opens up possibilities for different user groups and different ways of living. At the next level, the threshold, the relationship between two different units and the corridor itself was explored to see how this intersection as a threshold could be opened and closed, which gives the resident that amount of customization and individuality. And coming to the cluster level, these varying relations between the units itself generate shared spaces. And these spaces shift in function depending on their configuration, which can be accessed through these staircases. So they become decentralized community pockets layered across. And finally, coming to the block level, the resultant, the mass, is shaped by what happens from the smallest scale. And since the design approach moves from macro to micro, this building is no longer a simple vertical extrusion, but even the smallest unit here influences the overall form. And in most apartment projects, there's a single large clubhouse tucked away in one corner of the site that holds all the amenities. But in contrast to that, what I tried to do here was to spread these amenity blocks across the site, and the landscape is designed in association with these amenity blocks. For example, a multipurpose hall opens up onto a lawn, a daycare is paired with a play area, and a community kitchen and shops open up onto a dining landscape. And as these are layered as a public ground level, these spaces, these levels are accessible to the broader neighborhood and open for rent. So this helps cross-subsidize the project. So the outcome is a network of connected communities layered through the building, where these terraces could act as stages for interaction, where collective rituals could emerge, and these activities could inform one another. And the blocks are not placed as isolated objects on the site, but it's rather integrated or interlocked with the landscape, where the landscape acts as a continuous ground condition that holds the project together. And as we go up to these semi-public terraces, the nature of the space shifts from more public at the ground level to more semi-public and intimate terraces above. And these threshold spaces again act as modern-day verandas, where the boundary between the private and communal is sort of negotiable. So going on to the ground level, the building sort of lifts itself up to become a more porous and shaded space as an entry to the block. And onto the next, one half of the shaded space is occupied by plinths and seating, while the other half occupies itself as a communal garden. And the semi-open nature of this terrace allows for such an activity to take place. And onto the next, the corridor is not enclosed and movement becomes a part of the shared space. This, for example, this cluster it allows residents to occupy the space for longer periods of time, whether it be for a study session or playing board games, informal gatherings. And although this feels like it's on the ground, this level is on the 5th. And it is designed to be of that scale, so it can occupy daily activities like an outdoor gym to larger collective gatherings like a festival. And as one moves through these terraces, there's a clear line of sight, and the sense of isolation is reduced as the space remains connected visually and spatially. The way the unit plans are also organized on the site are more put into the cluster where they're not isolated objects, but different unit plans come together, which allows for different user groups to coexist within each cluster. And this diversity is visible in the elevation, where all the blocks sort of fit together like a puzzle. And again, in most apartments, the sequence of movement is quite direct. It goes from the basement to the lift to your unit. But what it tries to do is alternative pathways. So in addition to the required pressurized fire staircase and lift core, a secondary outdoor staircase is explored, which connects all these terraces together. So the reliance on the lift is reduced to some extent. The central atrium allows for light and ventilation to enter through, while the internal corridors can look out onto each other, allowing for more interaction. And the connecting corridors or elements between the clusters ensure the residents doesn't necessarily need to return to the ground floor to move between these blocks. And as we zoom out to see the relation between these two blocks, the space sort of goes from more tighter, intimate areas to larger public grounds. And the variation in scale allows for different activities to take place this way. And the way the block is also experienced is not as a single large tower that is separated from the ground, but a more broken up mass that is relatable to the resident. And considering Hyderabad's hot and arid climate, this project avoids sheer vertical towers that is entirely exposed to the sun. The building is designed to shade itself, where these terraces can be occupied for most of the day. The way the blocks are also placed on the site are perpendicular to the wind direction, which allows for the wind to funnel through these blocks and the spaces between. The landscape buffer is layered from the ground and terraces above, which further cools down this breeze. And the terraces and the planter boxes are designed to be with seating that facilitate activities according to that different level. So from the green buffer at the lowest level to the public ground with amenities, and higher up to semi-public terraces, this project establishes a vertical hierarchy of shared spaces, taking inspiration from the spatial conditions that used to work. And by tying the project back to the city, it positions itself as a counterpoint to existing housing models, not in an attempt to perfect anything, but to humanize the density we spend most of our lives within. Yet in reality, housing is shaped by forces beyond one's individual control, from the market to the city's policies to social norms. Hence, this project is simply about altering mindsets regarding housing. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Sivani. You want to go in the middle so the judges can be closer to you? I can have your clicker so you can relax your hands. Judges, questions, please? Comments, question, anyone would like to start? Thank you, Reen.
All right, very good job on your design. It looked very practical, like you're going to build tomorrow already. All right, my main question to you on this housing particularly is on the design itself. Looking at it, it looks like a mass housing. It can be built anywhere. So have you any specific site response to the surrounding, or your main intention is meant to like able to be replicated to other places?
I think what I wanted to mainly take inspiration from was this partial condition that used to work in the past. So it doesn't necessarily look like a very cultural project as such, but what it takes inspiration is from the way that people used to live. So that itself is somewhat like an intangible culture that I'm trying to bring into the project.
Safir.
Hey, yeah, great project. Putting my urban planning hat on, the first thing I see from this is just a vertical urbanism. And it's really great to see how you've been able to resolve all those different spatial conditions vertically. I have a question about, there's a question about density, which you've been able to achieve. But when we think about, these communal spaces, there's also a question of intensity.
Yes.
And I'm curious to know, from your perspective, what are the points with the highest amounts of intensity, and how have you applied that across the design?
Highest points of intensity?
Yeah, so in terms of, when you walk through a street, if it's a very dense street, like the ones that you see over there, you don't really have the intensity on street. The activity is very similar to what it would be if it was 3 stories or 30 stories for the surrounding buildings that you're critiquing. And I'm curious to know how that experience changes with this new form that you've developed.
Yeah, I think the terraces open up possibilities for people to come onto these spaces and use them. So it's about taking whatever's on the ground and trying to replicate the same level of communal space vertically. So I think that's where I was coming from.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Safir. Edgar first, and then Jax.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I loved your drawings very much. They are very interesting, but on these shifted perspectives, plans, they are very, very beautiful. And they explain very well. It's not only about how beautiful they are, but they explain very well your intentions and your proposal here. I was just wondering, extruded blocks like the ones you see around they exist for a reason. No?
Yes,
because it's the most efficient and economically position that you can have. So I was wondering if you have some sort of documentation in terms of money, how this impacts, how much more expensive is this building related to the other, and on the other way around, if you can, I know it's impossible to put the impact that the RAS has in an Excel sheet. No? Mm-hmm. So you have thought about a strategy in order to think about it when you're presenting this to a developer, how you're going to convince them. No?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I understand the buildings around are mostly about perfecting functionism. It has to be the most ideal layout that works out, and that's why it's been repeated across the city, because it's money-wise, it makes sense. So I think it's about somewhere the experience of it and the kind of community that is missing, that is probably the main anchor to my project that has to be brought in. And with the same logic, it's sort of impossible almost to have money fully being sorted. Somewhere there has to be a change about how we look at housing and really what we're doing with it and what is being normalized across. I think that has to somewhat be a mindset change, even though that's kind of hard to do.
Well, yes. All right, 顾老师。
对，首先我觉得特别佩服啊，就是非常复杂和缜密的这样的一个思维，能够把这种建筑做得如此的复杂，但是又很真实。然后我觉得它其实反映了我们现在当代城市里面每个人的梦想，就是想从高楼回到原来的低层。因为低层更加有宽容，更加有多的这个灰空间啊，就是不是只是室内室外的关系，我觉得这个发心是特别好的。你可以先翻译一下。
So first of all, congratulations for creating such a complex yet meticulous, yet a project that is very real, that is very feasible. And what you are currently creating is actually a reflection of what the society needs. A lot of people actually want more in-between spaces, not just it's not just the insides and the outsides, but more gray areas where people can spend time, and there's a lot in between areas. Continue.
但是
But okay, that's where suspense. Okay.
对，我觉得建筑师和艺术家最大的区别还是在于建筑师要务实， 我们所有的思想，就是所有的设计，还是要基于未来是不是能够实现啊，不能只是纸上建筑。那么刚才的评委其实他已经讲了他的这个观点了，就是我们周边的这些高楼，它的存在是有道理的，因为开发商要追求最大的利润、最快的效率、最简单的、最低的这个建造成本，对吧？那我们是看现在的这一栋建筑物啊，就是我们基于2种可能性来判断。第一种是老的建筑改建，如果是老的建筑改建，那它以前的老建筑大概会是什么样子的？我们可以设想一下啊。第二种是新建。我觉得新建这样一栋建筑的可能性几乎为0。为什么我这么绝对？是因为第一个，它的这个建造成本，其实刚才另外评委已经有问，它的建造成本相对于旁边的这个房子会多多少？根据我的经验，会高出40%以上，因为它的非常不规则的结构矩阵形式以及大量的挑空，所有的这个部分其实并不经济的，对吧？但是我们花这么大力气建造出来这样一个复杂的房子，这里面居住的人群是什么？一定是中低产阶层，不是中高产，对吧？那么，所以它的这个使用的场景其实是不存在的。所以我有一个建议，就是您既然有这么强的一个驾驭项目的能力，那不妨啊，回去以后可以再做2个练习。第一个，是不是有可能把旁边的这个高楼改造成这个关系？就是直接拿一栋高楼来改。啊，这是第一。第二，如果真的给你一个从0开始能够建的项目，我觉得你还要，你不要仅仅从建筑师的角度考虑，你从一个 developer， 你从一个开发商的角度，我怎么样既能满足这个要求，又能够建得经济？谢谢。
No. It's okay, I will try my best. So there's a difference between an architect and an artist, right? So architects, we need to be realistic, we need to understand the value, we need to understand the economy. So when we're creating intervention in buildings and spatial design, we also need to think about the yield, the ROI, the logic, and the efficiency of how the city can function. So there are 2 methodologies that you can potentially look at. Number 1 is renovation of old buildings. Means we take old abandoned or half abandoned buildings and then we kind of give it a new life, right? Which the chances of it happening would be higher according to its experience. Because if you want to build something like this brand new from scratch in India, the chances are almost 0%.
Yeah.
Because based on Jack's experience, building something like that is, there's a lot of different parts. There's a lot of different building methodology involved, and the budget increase is at least 40%. However, buildings like this, you will be addressing the mid-low income audience. So chances are, as a developer, if you think like one, you'll probably go bankrupt. And there's 2 exercises you can go home and think about it that you want to practice. Number 1 is, can I change the existing buildings around? So instead of starting from scratch, I pick a building and I experiment and I try. And the second one is think from a developer's point of view, or while you're designing, in your next urban density project, also think like a developer or a government, just to think about it like realistically, whether as an architect, this can be achieved in the future. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you like, I know, I think Jack is just making my life difficult, but thank you. No. Thank you so much, Shivani, for your time. Thank you. Oh my God, I'm losing it. Last but not least, we have Bing Kwan dialing in from Taiwan. For those who are joining us online, he will only appear on video because he's currently servicing the military. And for privacy reasons, he's not allowed to show where he is. We might hear weird noises of people screaming, shouting, marching, but we'll let it be. All right. It's Bing Kwan online.
Okay.
Oh, hi, 你好.
Hi,
Okay.
你好.
等一下，我先介绍你一下. Okay, next we have Bing Kwan with his project Reconstructing Ville and City, a circular tectonic system in Faith Island of Faith, representing the National Yangming Chiao Tung University of Taiwan. 好，可以开始了.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Ping Quan Chen from Taiwan. Security, I'm serving my composed military serve in Nangang, Taiwan, so I'm barely turning on my camera and singly apologize to all of you. Okay. My project is a reconstruction Ville and City, a circular technology system in Faroe Islands. Inspiration comes from my 2 months living experience in Penghu, Taiwan. Next. I would like to open with the quote of Kenko Kuma's book, Architecture of Nature. Construction method does not only meet technology, it's connect of code, culture, and civilization, just like the operation system of the society. Historical offshore islands in Taiwan use connected construction as core of social operations, therefore are trying to express contemporary technology system to continue the building memory of the islanders by learning from the past, materials, and methods. Next page. This is Penghu. It's archipelagos of 90 islands, located 45 kilometers from the mainland Taiwan. Due to unique geography, the development protected Taiwan by 300 years, creating the island's culture is similar to Taiwan on the surf. Next page. On those offshore islands, ghost cultures carried a strong function of the social mutual aid. The connected every aspect of life. Through the ghost bond, islands work together and show resource. Next page. This is past memory of Penghu, interaction between the settlement people and the sea. Next page. Together the fishing on the coast. Next. Together the ritual on the shores. Next. This is spin shot of the contemporary Penghu behind the beautiful firework behind the crisis. On the inverse modernization is the island's culture is gradually disappeared. Next, the mapping highlight homogenization infrastructure. It appears Penghu completely shifted economics towards less tourism. Next, through the 2 months friendly work on the surface, I recall the analyzation, period modelization in Penghu. Next, I find the Penghu's experience is quite discussed, but Richard Sanders in his book Building and Development. There's a sprint between the village, the physical evolution, and the city, the living experience. The rest of the non-place construction, U.S. social complexity, creating a rupture between architecture and daily life. Next, this is serve relationship is not only happening on the mainland island of Penghu. Next, but even more service on the surrounding similar islands. Next, amongst them, the 5 inhabited islands are Niaoyu, Qimei, Guang'an, Qibei, and Hujing. Next, Hujing Island is almost unique around among them. Hujing was one an island of 4,000 people located about 20 minutes above around from the Magong city. Due to unique location, after those, the material set is become the first dimension island of tourist commercializations in Penghu. Next. On earlier, some kind city of Hujing and the recent Golden Twice Islands. Those tourist levels reflect how the governments use the Facebook commercial modules and the result relationships simplifies local culture in the empty, simple, and born not really kind to islanders. Next. This is next. This is the new Photoshop recent project. Next, with the traditional house first painting with the green colors, just the creating middle burst. It's mirrored how the contemporary development ruptures with island cultures. How can we find a suitable development in the past with past does not break away from the history? Next. Let's look back at history. Start from the most best image of the islanders building the settlement, a single stone. Next, this is published in Penghu. 悲传过爱情大事你的够久 means that before getting married or start a family, one of us must spend 3 years connected core stone. Behind this material drive cultures of the connective tectonics. Next. Islanders connected coral stones from the sea, building the fish whales for fishing. After those stones was moving unfinished, offended to stepping into the vegetable world. Finally, community work together to building the houses. This memory of the connected members of the core powers of the united people of the Penghu. Next. Therefore, I developed a new technology system to respond to the contemporary materials, methods, and people in Penghu. Next. First, the tectonic system themselves. Next, let's begin a similar unit architecture and modules by stone brick. Next, in resource security, every islanders have the best skin of the maker. Therefore, I want to modelize this information construction complexity, allowing islanders to participate. Building will relieve the strong edge of the professional labors and reawaken the memory of the containing work. Next, based on an idea, I designed a modular interlocked eco brick. It measures 55 by 33 by 33 centimeter and weighs 20 kilograms. It simulates traditional local stones by its interlock design, lower the barriers to constructions. Next, the brick surface of the composed materials. Next, it can pair with local building material and traditional methods. Next, the cow store materials come from the islands to meet waste, agricultural waste, and construction waste. We transfer this waste to sellable brick through alkali activity technology. Next, furthermore, through the natural mixed results, these materials are developed materials colors to Hujing Islands. Next, through the proposed, we allowed waste to re-enter Penghu Resort Society, given a second life. Next, finally, next, this tectonic system was expanded into the islands where the circular mechanism injects a new life back into the settlement. Next, this has experienced infrastructure are mapping on the Hujing Islands. Almost them are break or abandoned during resource security. Next, therefore, I choose the site of the historical junctions as the starting points by design. That is Hujing Elementary School. Next, which was obviously abandoned last year. Next, first one is transformed the abandoned school into a small community brick factory. Next, we utilize original parts and build from of the schools. Next, use new eco-brick structure reinforcement with the rise of a new roof. Next, the crushed waste piece placed from a playground turned into a new landscape. Next, meal waste. The crushed agricultural waste become the nutrients to reharvest and regrading the land by the sea waters. Next, in terms of layout, and place the heavy machine on the second floor. The ground floor as an open space for community activity. Next, by combining eco bricks with infrastructure, we reduce construction cost. Furthermore, the fragment of the facade into a smaller block is building's great response to the scales of the traditional settlement. Next, first to Trigger Islands was produced a glide book. This book will provide islanders best glide playing state dimensions, functional modules, and the materials record. Next, fourthly, announcement the constructor will restant the finally receives is micro-architecture instead within the third of the islands called agriculture zone. The traditional vegetable was landscape. Next. This is perfectly integrated with our tectonic units here. Is combined driver local materials and allow the resident to easily building the lightweight roof on a simple way. Next. With this bullshit agricultural landscape station. Next. Is integrated based in the farmland, integrate a water constraint station and farmland support in a micro infrastructure. Next. Finally, the system approach the community activity center located next to the local temples. Next. Traditionally, Penghu residents use tectonic reconfigurations and spolias to respond available materials and connect this traditional. Use the eco brake to connect the extend activity center and the old stone structures. Next. Spendily, I use the tourist and the resident close different vertical level, linking them together with a large roof. Next. On the facades, different materials composed of the eco brake to pitch together. Next. The continuum core of balance of the tectonic system lies not its object themselves, but it creating an open source bridge between the modular and traditional. Is serving a health mechanism to repair the contractual rupture caused by the rapid modernization in Penghu. Hujing is micro of the Penghu offshore islands. Through the support system is become the revolution morphologies that is relevant with the units of each island. Currently, activity closed vendor test this island site of those of real world billables of this systems. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, 冰宽。冰宽，你答辩要中文还是英文？
可以用中文吧。
好 ，OK。
我想要这样可能比较快，不好意思。
Okay, so we'll do Q&A in Mandarin, so you guys can start and I'll translate for him and he'll respond accordingly. Anyone would like to kick start? Safir, thank you. Oh no, I'm the one translating.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, I'm doing all the thing. Yeah,
okay,
please.
Great. Yeah. Chen, I love this project. It's so thoughtful, and I love the idea of using one modular system that you can apply across multiple different uses. It's just a new way of thinking about fabrication, and it's really exciting. It also made me really happy to see the guidebook. I think that's a really useful piece of understanding, what the assemblage is going to look like. Yeah, it's a really exciting project. I have a question for you. Did you try any modeling or like trying to build a smaller model to see how these would fit together?
好 ，OK， 老师说你的项目非常棒，然后非常的用心，然后老师特别喜欢就是你有系统化的去制造这个册子，然后给人家看到前后的那个制造的过程，还有这个搭建的过程。老师有问过你自己有尝试上手做过吗？这个东西？
这个东西是目前我有搭建2组，一组在澎湖的，就是当地，然后也是在当地就是用我这个方法在做，但是就是它不是用工厂，就是我简单的在用当地的材料去做。然后第二个，这是今年的计划，然后第二个是在学校本身在做这个作品的时候，就有搭一个大概2.4米高的一个方盒，或是跟一堵墙，那个补充的那个照片档案里面应该会有。
Okay, so he actually has one that he's created on campus already, is 2 meters times 4 meters. And then later this year, he will be going to the location, Penghu, and work with a local factory to come out with the actual model of his project. Okay, I hope that helps. 顾老师你要吗？Irene 你要直接中文吗？ I will translate.
我还是用英文先。
Okay, you do English, yes.
Yeah. I think it's a very interesting project where he's very hands-on to understand the materiality and also the source of original material. I also came from a fishing village, so I really want to understand that. Do you actually consider different type of raw material when you're actually applying in the island itself and also in the mainland later? Because the durability of the material when you are building in the island will be definitely different as compared to the city area. So what is the consideration that you have taken?
好，首先老师也是渔村长大的，然后觉得你的项目也是特别好，特别上手。然后再来呢，就是说老师问你有没有考虑过用其他材料或者材质去替代澎湖的这一带？因为如果这个项目在陆地上或者在别的地方展开行动的话，它可能会找不到你现在原有的材料。你有没有考虑过这一方面的发展？
好，那这个部分就是中间可能有一个地方可能讲没那么清楚，就是我用的技术是剪辑法的，那这也是刚好在这次的这个设计里面有特别去研究这个材料部分，它只要50%的我的这个基材加上另外50%的，只要是没有有机物的材料，它就可以变成是我可以用的材料这样子，所以就只要我的材料基材50%跟当地的材料50%，就可以制造不同种的这样的专题，就是这个材料的特性这样子。
Okay, his material research is specifically that he created a form of base material. So as long as you can find something from the locality that's non-organic, it can be added to the mixture to create the fabrication model, the bricks that he's talking about. I hope that answers the question. We have time for one last question or comment. 顾老师。
这个项目我觉得从另外一个微观的角度，让我们看到了材料的美啊，因为它也是一种预制的，然后就是结合本地的材料，给出一个全新的一个造型的这样的一个做法。然后同时，我觉得因为这个材料很美，所以你搭建出来的建筑就已经很美了。所以我觉得这个从微观角度来说是这样，但是从宏观角度来说，它没有解决一个问题，就是我们为什么还要建这些房子？就是我们即便是有了这么好的材料，我们建了这个房子以后，它能够改变澎湖多少？我觉得这个是可能我不是特别理解的。对，
好，
谢谢。
你先别回答，我先翻译一下。So Jack's perspective, from a micro point of view, having a bespoke plus locality mixed into the bricks, it creates aesthetically pleasing, things that you can already do. From a micro point of view is wonderful, but from a bigger scale, if you take a step back and look at a macro level, why do we need this building and how much impact will it bring to the Penghu Upper Island? Okay, 来，你先回答。
OK， 好，首先谢谢老师。我觉得这个问题也是我一直在做这个设计的时候，不断在反问自己的一个问题，就是在离岛的这个地区，其实它最主要的问题是营建量能不足，导致说，即使它有能够新建一个建物，让支援一个可能是一个观光产业还是的，但是它最后也是会因为这个量能不足，包括人力或者是他们没有办法，这个营建量能不足的状况下，没有办法主动修复的这个状态。导致它可能破损或损毁，然后它这个设施可能就没有办法持续运作。那这样其实会造成另外一种压力。那我希望做的这件事情，其实有一部分就是希望说，离岛自己本身有一定的生产能力，是可以生产一些修补的一个机制。那它可以有算是解决这个营建量能不足的其中一点点的这个效果，这样子。
All right, his response is actually that's something I think very often when I'm designing this project. And the challenges with Penghu and islands that are offshore is that whenever you want to build something new, resources is always a challenge, budget is always a challenge, and the sustainability and the longevity of these materials are always a challenge. And by deploying locality, things that is easily obtainable within the island itself, it actually works on, it saves on budget in terms of human resources, and also the cost on material, and hopefully in the long run, it can uplift and alleviate the economy so that it can become part of the economy and creates new opportunities. I hope that answers all your questions. 好，秉宽，谢谢你，有机会在台湾见。好，感恩，谢谢。
好，谢谢。
Okay, for those who are on YouTube, thank you for tuning in. Tomorrow's award ceremony is 9 a.m. GMT +7, Thailand time 9 a.m. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. For those who are in this hall and our judges, thank you so much for sitting through the whole day, listening to 17 amazing projects. A round of applause to our judges. I want to learn from you, but our judges, your work is not done yet. We'll come in, we'll clear your score sheet, and then we'll do the deliberation. And then for the rest of our audience, go and take a break. If you have registered for the networking dinner, be at the lobby at 6 p.m. sharp. Not 6:01, not 5:59, 6 p.m. sharp, okay? And for now, I would like us to clear the hall. So everyone can go out. Our judges don't move. Everyone, please go out. Thank you. Love you guys. See you guys later. Judges, give me a second. Can we summon Venice? Yeah. Okay, can you guys also label your score with your name, like Reen, Edgar, so that we don't mix up your score sheets? I love Hirante, just requested a new one anyway. Yeah.